Today is June 21st, and this is a council workshop. And we are here today to talk about council goals, look at progress since the beginning of the year, since we started, and then hopefully reflect and align and make sure that these are the same goals that we want to continue with, or if there's adjustments or changes we want to make. I just really wanted to take the time with the council, especially before summer takes over. You know, you feel like you have a lot of time, but then when you factor in that we really only have 9 more council meetings, I just want to make sure we're aligned and focused on what we want to accomplish in those next 9 meetings. We've established a pretty lofty goal framework this year, and frankly, we're doing a lot and we're getting a lot done too, which is great. And a lot of it's honestly falling on town staff and the committees and others to do a lot of the work. And so I just figured it would be good for us to kind of use this time to kind of revisit, reflect, align, and make sure if there's something else we want to do, given things are different than when we first established these, that we can have that conversation and see if there's any changes or things we want to make. We very well could just say, nope, these are it. We want to keep these going. We're happy with these, and that could be the outcome too. So I just figured it would be good to start the conversation and see if there's any thoughts. So Council Hamel and I actually met last week and talked a little bit about this. So we have some thought starter questions for consideration based on things that have happened, really just to get the conversation going. So I'm going to pull up the deck and share it so the public can see. So again, just to reiterate, the objectives are really to reflect on progress. And then if there are any adjustments, changes, or anything that we want to make for the rest of the year, you know, this would be the opportunity to kind of have that discussion. Some of them we may want to get more targeted and focused based on kind of where we're at and where we want to go from now for the rest of the year. So the way I have this kind of set up is we'll just kind of go through goal area by goal area and just kind of have a conversation and see what people's thoughts are. So the first goal area was our focus on financial management. We passed the budget last meeting. So again, that was one of our big focuses, as well as doing quarterly financial health checks. Tom is actually doing his second one today to kind of align with that quarterly cadence we've been trying to do at the council. And then the other one, which again, we deliberately said, you know, was going to happen after the budget, was focusing on the town financial and fiscal policy review. So that's essentially what we originally set out to do. Councilor Hamel and I met and we talked a little bit about other things for consideration that we may want to consider as a council and see if these are things that we can fit in, or again, maybe these are things we maybe want to like start, but probably not make too much progress on for the rest of the year. So I don't know, Councilor Hamel, if you want to kind of talk to two of these and then just have a discussion.
So, I mean, I think it's great that we made a commitment to financial management as the first of our goals, and that we've made good progress against some of the objectives. The thing we're trying to do is just to get a better handle on our financial processes, and including, you know, our understanding of our financial position, you know, what kind of financial shape are we in, what indicators do we want to look at to try to determine our financial health. So one thing that we've been talking about, I've had informal discussions with our auditors as well as with Norman Kildall and with John, and that is to try to take a look at our financial processes, you know, and many audits, the management letter and recommendations include an evaluation of financial processes, you know, internal accounting processes and reporting processes. You know, I think it's great that we're able to see our first quarterly update this evening. But this is going a little bit farther and to try to look at what are the areas we think we're good. What are the areas that could stand improvement? Some examples we've used along the way, we know we have cash handling processes that probably are not standard. And, you know, for example, you know, we handle a large amount of cash at some of our parking lots, that kind of thing. What are things like that we really need to address and try to correct, either in terms of our practices or in terms of implementing a process that will be able to manage those things more efficiently. So we want to try to develop some sort of statement of work and consider how possibly to fold that into an audit process or to do it in parallel with an audit process. So that's a balance of year concept. The second one is, and we're right in the middle of this with our capital. You know, we're planning to have our go to bond, I guess, in August. So we're going to have meetings in July to try to get us set up for that. But we want to make sure that we're going deeper on the work that Councilor Pucci and the Finance Committee have done in terms of us taking a longer look at our capital plan and to try to update that in a way annually that is more disciplined. This year, we rescinded several $1 million of capital items that were just on there forever. And you know, we want to try to get much tighter with that in terms of our annual processes and try to true up our position in terms of our, you know, financial health, our not only our asset base, but also our cash position, and including looking at the impact of our debt and try to evaluate the overall fiscal health of the town. So I know we've spent a lot of time over the years trying to define what sort of metrics we want to use, but I think we're going to try to take a different approach and just look at the processes in more detail, but also update our reporting and discussion on our progress quarterly, so that we have a way to check in several times a year rather than just doing a big bang every time in budget season. So that's sort of the wind up on those two items.
Yep.
So the immediate thing we're going to work on is I'm trying to put together a sort of a data list or a hit list in terms of what sort of things we need to have in place or would like to have in place by the end of the year in order to help us, you know, finish off on this goal.
So any discussion on this particular goal overall? Because again, there still was the commitment to review the policy and potentially start to make some suggestions. And then Councilor Hamel has kind of talked about two other things to consider that either could replace that and or in addition to. Again, I see these as, you know, things potentially for the Finance Committee to take on if we go down this path. So I guess the question, my question would be to Councilor Pucci in terms of what do you see as the priority? Now with the budget behind us, what do you see as the priorities for finance? Do you feel like these are things that can be woven into that, or?
I'm reluctant to bite off more than we can chew. And not that one's more important, but I guess I think we can cover a lot of these conceptually anyways. Like, we're going to be reviewing the budget order next meeting.
Yeah.
There's no reason we can't take a look back at our capital,
Yep.
you know, items and maybe get an update of these things that have dropped or not. So I think we touch on some of that. And then, I mean, my big thing is we need focus. There's a lot coming at us right now. We'll see how the rest of the meeting goes, but where my head is, you know, with the school and making sure that we do as good of a job as we can, ensuring that that's ready to go to the voters if, you know, if it is.
So that's really the problem, is that we have policies in place, but we've never really implemented them. Okay. We have a financial policy that says what sort of cash we should have in terms of our unassigned fund balances. We have not hit those numbers. Year after year, we haven't hit those. And we have no plan today for how to close those. Mainly, I think, because of things that happen, you know, during the normal course of business. We have things that come over the transom, like the school project that, mixing metaphors, but you know, burns up all the oxygen in the room. I mean, there's an immense amount of time and energy and staff time devoted to those things. So when we come up for air, we barely have time to spend on the stuff that we should be doing in a regular cadence, in a regular disciplined fashion. And then November comes and we wipe the slate clean. It's a new cast of characters potentially. And then we're working on another set of initiatives.
To be fair, Don, I was extremely excited to see a financial report in our packet for the meeting tonight. Okay, it's been years since we've gotten that on a regular basis. And
That's
we're
huge.
establishing that cadence. It was informative, and I'm sure that the discussion about it will be as well. Norm started a couple months ago. You know, I think he's finding his way. I want to make sure we're working in tandem. I guess not moving together. So I'd be curious to see where his head's at in terms of what we can reasonably accomplish in the next couple of months.
I kind of feel like maybe not phrased exactly the second bullet, but the school project is kind of a catalyst for the capital and debt planning. And I think the model you've created is kind of like the foundation for that to then build from. But my perspective is still, we got to get through the school part first. And then that could then become a refined tool that continues to get used for future planning. I'm just not sure if we'll have time this year to go much further than that. But I know Counselor Himmel, you've mentioned too, like, part of this is like, at some point, probably pulling in Joe Picera, doing another
Yes.
review of our bond, and I think that's, again, all ties into like the school that's coming. So I feel like the school becomes an anchor, at least for item 2 on here, and probably even for the goal around just looking at the policy, right? Because like all of that needs to be considered as we do things for like the school. So I feel like this other action is very, like, I don't think this is, it fits within the school, but I think what Counselor Hamel and I chatted about with that first one was, you know, is there value at some point, which doesn't mean it has to happen this council, but going down a path where there is a plan to do more of a deeper internal dive on the current state of our financial processes to see if there's things we can do to kind of modernize them and get them to like a higher level, given my understanding, and I may be wrong, is that, you know, we're still kind of a little antiquated, perhaps, where there's a lot of manual work that needs to be done to kind of get data available that is, you know, an opportunity to provide council and others with different reports and things that could, again, be a little bit more easier for staff, but also modern in terms of what we're looking at. Maybe that's not the case. I don't know. if that's-
We do have modern and very sophisticated financial software. The Munis system, unfortunately, it doesn't produce terribly good reports, and I think that's the breakdown.
Mhm.
We have made arrangements with a new product, I think it's called Executive Insights, and it's far more user-friendly. It's something that I know Councilor Clucci demoed with us just after the New Year, as I recall. And Norm's committed, the next time he does a financial report, you'll see it in a different format in that new format. I think it'll be far more user-friendly.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't say we're antiquated in our systems. I just think our reporting is challenged, frankly. Just with respect to the first one, I think there's a bit of a misconception that what the annual audit is. The auditor will do some spot checking of internal controls. We have had past auditors look at our cash management policies because frankly, I flag that as a potential weakness. That's part of what they do. I think probably the council chairs also invited to provide input at the front end of the audit. Are there any concerns you have? Should we be looking here or there? That was an area that I flagged for them. But they don't do a thorough, you know, kind of stem to stern look at our financial practices. So they have that capability, but we need to contract with them separately. So if that's something that's of interest, we can certainly talk to our audit firm or others to secure their services to do that kind of deep dive and provide a real thorough assessment of our current practices and recommendations on how to improve them.
One thing I would say, and responding to Tom's comment, I mean, we forget where we were a year ago. We had a lot of openings, you know, we were dealing with very basic issues. You know, we're a full complement of staff now. You know, it's time now for them to dig into their work and they're getting oriented. So we're sort of moving to another phase. So we don't really take the time out to say, you know, that was great work and we're glad now that we have a fully staffed team, a full complement of folks in finance.
Mhm.
So we're really at another point where we can kind of go deeper, I think, in terms of some of the stuff that we're doing. The audit, Tom, I think is a good point. There's definitely that's a statement of work or a body of work that has not typically been part of our audit and audit firms. I talked with the office managing partner, you know, about that. That's definitely an offering. They have some conflict of interest issues and it's a separate group. So they want to try to keep that distinct from the audit business. But there are also other folks who would do that independently. So you could take a more process oriented approach and not necessarily have it linked with the audit. So,
Mhm.
but I come from a background where we did a lot of buying and selling of companies and there was an audit function that came from a parent company. General Electric used the internal audit function in a very strategic fashion when they were looking at at buying and selling companies. They would send that team in initially to try to get a baseline of what's working and what's not, and then that would help them prioritize what they needed to do in terms of integrating that company and those processes into their business or their organization. So same principles, could apply, to us as an entity in a municipal setting.
Yeah, the word audit applies, but I think it can be a process or kind of a business audit as opposed to a financial audit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
Do you
that,
think that Norm could drive that? Like, I'm sure just bringing somebody in who hasn't been here for 30 years is gonna drive, be a stimulus for some of that change. And I suspect that he has ideas of,
I can
Where he
tell
wants
you
to
that
go.
he and his staff uncovered some things that were curious to them. Just didn't make sense based on their past experience through the audit process and as they learn more. So I have no doubt, and I've given him free license to, propose a different way of doing things. There is a cycle that we're in that we need to work through, frankly. I have also tasked him with picking up the financial and fiscal policy and providing his, I guess, initial observations in terms of, improvements. And so that work is underway. And I think that's something we can advance between now and the end of your term.
so it might be short of engaging an outside consultant, but at least internally identifying areas for improvement. Similar to, maybe similar to the way the first goal was.
yeah. It may be. I mean, the first goal may kind of capture, right? Because like part of looking at the policy more, maybe looking at process as part of it to say, in order to better support this policy, we have some gaps that we need to close, or I think the policy could be the first step, and then there could be more of a business audit later if the council feels like that's necessary. And perhaps that's something for finance committee to continue to explore if that's necessary from a financial perspective. Or at least have a subsequent conversation if you guys want to think about the scope of more Don's first item.
Well, I really like, Don sent a suggestion earlier today about maybe engaging academic universities and
Mhm.
helping us, more longer term, develop a model. And I'm happy to try to chase that down with the finance committee and see if we can maybe get somebody to participate with us.
Great.
I don't know how far we're gonna get this year,
Yeah.
to be honest, but
Mhm.
I don't mind starting that work.
It's the, weird thing with the, our fiscal year sort of being at the, half calendar year mark, we're kind of off cycle calendar year and fiscal year. So makes for a funky kind of dynamic. Most folks, I don't know about how everyone else feels, but now the budget season is winding down and, it's time to go on vacation and not focus on this stuff, but which other stuff we're doing that's not gonna make that possible. So.
So just to circle back on this, it sounds like we still are planning to do the last item, or is there a need to pause or rescope that? There still is an intent. It sounds like you've already kind of started the work with.
Yeah, I
Norm.
think staff will be in a position to provide substantive feedback to the finance committee. Whether that ends up resulting in changes to the policy remains to be seen, but we'll certainly do our part to flag areas and prompt the discussion.
And the mid-year check-in is a good point. I mean, I think the issue is that we do better, I think, when we set deadlines, and the rough timeframes of this, the budget process, have them set those for us. But, one or two of those checkpoints or check-in points between now and the end of the calendar year might help us, lock in a couple of those things. Otherwise, we'll just be chasing them, along with everything else that's happening.
Maybe one of the things we could do that's just more actionable is at least plan to have a workshop in late October.
Yep.
Do a check-in with Norm and the finance
Yep.
committee on that last one.
Yep.
And just like that way we can at least pencil it in, and it gives us a target deadline to say, doesn't mean it's a final work. It's like, where are you? What have you done? What have you learned? What have you identified? And we can kind of just have that conversation. So we can,
It's more meat on the bones. I mean, it's an action plan, trying to sort out an action plan. What are the key, what would be the outcomes?
Well,
I-
and I think that it's important to make some progress toward that last goal before any of us change our current positions, because at this point, John and I have been members of the finance committee. and did have a full meeting. It was just the two of us, but we, went through and made a lot of annotated notes. We have a fresh finance committee now who is also going to have eyes on it. So just of us sitting here, 5 of us have already kind of at least begun that critical deep dive into this. And so I think whether or not we have had anything that can be produced and reported out is
Mhm.
another thing, but I think like we have all kind of mentally made progress towards what we like, what we don't like, and what changes we, could
Yeah.
potentially implement. And I think as our responsibility to that goal is that nobody's gonna make those policy updates unless the council prioritizes it, to Dawn's point, like,
Mhm.
that is literally our wheelhouse. Whereas some of the other things, like, I'm not so sure, I don't know to what extent I could support or want to direct staff to do, certain checks or checks and balances on areas that I don't know if those are actually our weaknesses or not. I would definitely want to hear more about that before I jump 2 feet and said that's where our priorities need to be.
Mhm.
And then last thing I'll say is, we're in the business of public service and we have to deal with what's in front of us. That's literally the nature of the job. And so, to your point, John, I think it's important to tie in some of the preparation for planning the school into that capital planning conversation. But we can't put the school project on a shelf and say, well, we have to get our house in order first. Like, the school project is in front of us and we need to kind of deal with those 2 things in tandem, I think.
You're absolutely right. The issue is when a big project like the school comes up, we're not prepared. We're not prepared to really do the work that's required to study that and to recommend. And that's why it takes up a lot of extra time to figure out what are the problem statements we're trying to frame, and then how are we trying to solve for those? So, if we had a plan or we had some other, line of sight to things like fund balances and those kinds of things, I think we might have an easier time than we're having now, for example. The analogy that I draw, it goes back to this time in 2018, when we were first talking about the CEA and the TIF with the Downs. And we didn't do any external analysis of that at the time. We basically just did it ourselves. Now we have something that, what was that, an $80 million project? Now we're talking about something that's going to involve, 150, 200 million all in. It's much bigger. In many ways, it's easily as complex, perhaps more. And we haven't had a lot of practice, with dealing with things like this. These things are unprecedented. So because we lack the process and lack resources, we end up trying to do it all ourselves, which is very hard.
I mean, I feel like, we're in a much better position, or at least I personally feel like in a good position to go to the school in August. I think there are probably some meetings that need to happen, like with our I always forget, Joe Kutera, whatever his role is, I always forget how to describe it.
Financial advisor.
Financial advisor. Similar to like what he did before, that just kind of was like an overall fiscal health check.
Mhm.
I mean, it's very similar to the finance committee meeting we had when we were looking at the library, where he came, did a assessment on the metrics. We even talked about your model at the time, looked at the model and discussed it. I think that information and conversation needs to happen prior to August 16th.
Mhm.
And again, I think it's fine if it would happen in the finance committee again, to like look at everything, look at it relative to policy, look at our metrics. And I think that's something we need to do before we have to make a decision on a huge
Yes,
bond.
we'll be spending quality time with Joe as regards this upcoming bond issue. All that same conversation, I think, is very applicable to the school.
Mhm.
So, yeah, there'll be ample opportunity between now and then, and he certainly needs to be part of that conversation.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful, Counselor Hamel, is like,
Yeah.
if there are things that you feel like are gaps that need to be answered before August 16th.
Yep.
What are they? So that way we can make sure
Yeah.
that the meetings and things we have get to answers to
Yeah.
that, so that we all have it. Because I think probably some of the things you want, I think many of us want.
Yep.
We just need to articulate what that is and make sure that we have a clear plan to when we're gonna get those answers leading up to a big decision that we have to make.
The good news is we are in a totally different place in terms of the process that we follow and how much work has been done. If you look at what has been done by various groups, some of them formal, some of them external, we were much more analytical, much more granular in evaluating the costs and benefits of that compared to what we did with the CEA and the TIF in 2018. It's a totally different world, and the level of involvement, discussion, and the similar thing I think is true for the library. The process going through the library was very, open. And I thought for the most part, civil process, I would say that's true also for this one. We're trying to solve the problem. People have different perspectives. We're trying to get the folks that are really intensely affected by this together to figure it out. So we're, we don't take the time to point that out. We are at a totally different place today. But it is also, the world's gotten more complicated.
So what I'm hearing on this, because I want to get to the other goals, it sounds like stay the course on this. These are good ideas worth future exploration, but maybe we won't make it to a goal for this year, but perhaps finance committee can continue to discuss these and figure out how those could be shaped and maybe even recommended next year for the next council.
One thing I think we can do in the lease would be a plan, develop a plan with timing, goals and timetables to say what we would accomplish over what period of time, rather than claiming we're going to develop that and implement it by the end of the calendar year.
Yeah.
So,
And I do think we should commit to have a workshop on this last item, just as like a check-in, just to make sure.
I think that will assure some level of continuity to the next finance committee. That's kind of work that's in process that won't get lost.
Yeah, and to Counselor Scyther's point, we did put together, it was our last meeting, I think, at least a starting point for the committee to start from. That was our perspective on things that either weren't clear or things that we felt like were worth exploring. And I think even through the budget process, I know Counselor Clucci, you and I had discussed some of the things that you guys did. Is there anything that as a best practice, we want to memorialize a little bit more in policy just to guide future councils potentially? And so again, that's just more, we talked about it in passing of, that was a good idea. We should do that more often. Like, if we agree with that, then let's put it in policy and make it part of the policy. So again, I think there's a lot of stuff that I feel like would be great to just memorialize in the policy if we can. Any other thoughts on financial management before we move on to the next one? No. All right, next is housing choice and homelessness. And so again, this one, I feel like we've done some stuff that's been great, but I don't think we've, at least up to this point, really talked about, strategically what we want to do here. We've done the Safe in Maine pledge, we've increased social services staff, we've gotten the Comfort Inn to a point of closure. The ordinance committee did look at hotel conversion, or potential hotel conversion ordinance, but I don't think has made it to council. And so, again, these are things that have happened. Also in the GMO, we have talked about a lot about affordable housing. But again, in my mind, what I was thinking was, given other priorities, other things going on, I think my recommendation was, while this is important, we may not have time to do significantly a lot more at this point. So we can consider this one essentially closed. And again, maybe at the next council goal meeting that's scheduled, the topic area can be revisited, but at least the things that we have done, I feel proud of, and I'm sure there'll be continued things that come forward, but making a concerted effort on anything at this point may not be feasible given the time we have left as a council.
I can report that the Housing Alliance will be considering your second one, establishing the baseline. And I think this is the group that was always envisioned, in fact, they're in parentheses here. So they'll continue to be digging into that. So I think work will continue. The other thing I'd say is that we did secure a $20,000 grant. It was initially 15. They actually gave us 5 more thousand to really study homelessness in Scarborough specifically. So I'm hopeful that it won't give us all the answers, but it will probably give us some hints at where we can lean into the issue and make some difference. So I think, again, that's in process. Likely it will be received by the next council.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember we voted on that, right? That's
Yes.
when Lauren and came forward
Lauren and Karen
Seeking
put that
approval.
together. Yep.
So yeah, I think continuing that is great, and I think the next council sounds like will benefit from the work that was really, I think, why we phrased that first goal the way we did. It was really with that particular grant.
Particularly
really.
homelessness, this is a brand new thing to us. And so it's going to take us a while to understand where we can actually make a difference and where we fit into that
Mhm.
puzzle. It's tempting to jump right in the middle of it, but I think it's daunting as well. And
I
so
think this was when we were still at the height of the Comfort Inn as well,
Yes.
and so that was really the,
you should all be very proud how you as a council and how the community embraced the situation we found ourselves in with the Comfort Inn, and kind of the grace and compassion that you showed in terms of finding a way to recognize what it was and find a way to deal with it. And it really was it went on 6 months longer than we all hoped and expected, but people have been placed, I think, in better places because of our patience.
so any thoughts on this goal or?
So I just don't have a better place to put this in, but. So in the GMO that's gonna come up later today, there's a definition of workforce and affordable housing. It says the same as is in the ordinance, but. And the but is deed restricted for 30 years. I just don't like it, so it's not really the same. And if we later go change it in the ordinance, there's gonna be another. I wouldn't mind having Housing Alliance or somebody maybe take a look at, can we come up with one definition of what affordable and workforce
I don't
is?
think there's a conflict, John. I think the actual definition of both affordable and workforce does require certainty going forward. Does require a commitment, deed restriction.
Well, the way it's worded in the GMO is the same. It references the zoning ordinance definition, but then it adds and is deed restricted for 30 years.
But again, I don't think that's in conflict. I think the definition, my recollection is in the zoning ordinance requires deed restriction in both cases.
Well, maybe we just can validate that.
Yeah,
Then we don't need that
Sure.
extra.
yeah,
Yep.
line.
duplicating,
Yeah.
yeah.
On this one, I felt that we were at least on the board with the housing choice and homelessness. I agree with comments that have been made that we still really have not diagnosed the problem and what's the most effective way for us to respond to it. It's very complicated. No simple solutions, and I don't think anybody's really cracked the code on it yet.
Mhm.
One thing I would say though is that, and I'm gonna follow John Clucci's pivot here in terms of talking about the GMO. And I still think I'm having a disconnect with, we set a number for the developers and the number of units that they're gonna have over the next 3 years, but then we're saying, well, but we are gonna make exceptions for additional affordable and workforce housing. I believe that we should consider making that to come out of the units that are being allocated to the developers and putting it on them rather than putting it on the town. And I know this is coming out of left field,
Mhm.
after many weeks and months of talking about it, but it still seems to me that there's a piece there where we end up picking up the tab where we don't have the resources for it. And I think the developers are better equipped to, help us take responsibility for it. So anyway, that's far from a formal motion, but that's an area of concern that I have.
I mean, today, they're all exempt. So.
Yeah.
At least a pool of 100 puts a cap and is maybe a stepwise approach. I know when Nick and I have debated it, the intent is to try and not create barriers for affordable housing. Is this gonna actually result in that? I don't know,
Right now, I
it's-
think
it's
the
yet to be
biggest
seen.
barrier, it's a fair point. I think the biggest barrier to affordable housing right now is our own lack of funds as a municipality. We get, legislative changes and LD 2003 and those kinds of things, go forth and conquer, and here you go. And we get no funding for it from the state or the feds, so we gotta find some way to pay for it.
I think the issue though is the state funding, because right now the state really incentivizes senior affordable only for their
Yep.
funding formula.
Yeah,
And, allowing for it in town doesn't mean now we're gonna see that 100 pool get used. We may see none of it get used. Like, that's a
Yeah.
real possibility. But I personally feel like it's important that we at least have a pathway for it. And again, to me, I would be perfectly fine continuing to exempt affordable housing. So this is, for me, a compromise to have a pool where we're setting aside 100 specifically for that use.
No, you're quite right. To make any demonstrable difference in affordable housing in terms of numbers of units, it needs to be done by a professional affordable housing developer, and it needs heavy financial subsidy. And there's just not enough money to fund the need. And so that alone will regulate the number of projects we'll see. We saw a run on them, over a 3-year period. And you're right, the policy focus of Maine Housing at the time, and still is to a large extent, senior focused affordable housing.
Yeah.
And we can't control that necessarily. That's something that they create their own criteria, if you will. And right now it heavily favors senior affordable.
I mean, that reflects our demographic, not only in town.
does.
but in Maine,
It does.
So like Portland and other communities, they'll require a development to have 25% affordable or 20, whatever the number is. We do that for the Downs at 10%. We don't do it anywhere else in town. And I don't know if it's a good idea. It could be studied a little more, but what tends to happen with that is you're drawing you need bigger developments to make the numbers work on something like that.
Yep.
And I don't know that we're really targeting that anywhere other than
Mhm.
in the CBD district.
Yeah.
But maybe we could understand that a little better as time goes on.
I think that's where like the Housing Alliance, like they're probably the better experts to
Yeah.
be figuring this out for
Well,
us.
certainly they're on the wheelhouse, in the wheelhouse and on their agenda.
Yeah. So maybe some of that, like this conversation might be good to be relayed to them. So that way they kind of know where we are. Because again, I think at the end of the day, we don't want to create barriers, but we also want to be realistic in terms of what we can actually do and what's within our control. And it may be not much. Right? Like that may be the answer today.
There's outside influences that we don't have control over.
Mhm.
It's interesting, your next goal area and this one is somewhat in conflict. I mean, they're both priorities in your comprehensive plan, and you can't always have it both ways.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Well, even in the survey, because we know people reference the survey where they talk about the concern about growth. But at the same time, they also said we didn't have enough affordable housing options. So those two, in my mind, are in conflict of how do we slow growth, but also not limit affordable if that's where residents feel like
Tricky.
there's a gap. Any other thoughts on this one? So does everybody agree, at least for now, like from a council perspective, no significant action on our end? Sounds like there's a study that's going to happen that will benefit the next council. The Housing Alliance will continue their work as outlined, but really the expectation is just to allow them to do their work. And if they have something that they want to share with the council, we'll be open to scheduling some time for them.
Yeah, and I would say in the next 6 months, there'll be 2 senior affordable projects that will actually be opened and having occupancy, that being Jocelyn Place. And then, of course, the old firehouse just across the street here.
Mhm. Yep. All right, next is the residential growth management. So again, a lot of progress here. We have the second read on the GMO tonight. We did the work for LD 2003, at least through a first read. Tom did present an impact fee plan at the last meeting. I know Councillor McGee, there's probably still a lot more you want to do in zoning that hasn't been tackled yet. But, in my mind, I'm pretty proud of the progress we made on this one. I feel like the discussion piece is there any focus or commitment to focus we want to make based on the plan that Tom presented, where essentially he said there were 3 areas by the end of probably the calendar year, not the council.
I will
Here.
commit to you, I'll try to get updated school impact fee, 2 new traffic fees and a recreation fee before this council disbands.
Okay.
Yeah, I think-
Sold.
Yeah, I think getting a baseline on this will be great.
So we'll get that work started, if not completed, under your watch. And the other ones, we'll layer them in. We really need to have the firm rationale and backup to support the other fees. So it's going to be probably, I would say, over an 18-month period, we'll be able to totally transform and put in place new modernized fees. And again, I'm just remiss not to note, depending on how all those numbers shake out, this puts pressure on affordability. make no mistake, these fees we charge, get passed on to the homeowner.
Are affordable projects, are they exempt from paying impact fees or do they still have to pay?
Certain ones they are currently, but that's part of the consideration.
But to your point, like what you brought up last time, the builders will just pass it on to the sellers, likely whatever the impact fee is.
They won't admit that, but I think that is in fact what happens.
They pass it plus.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
they make money on it.
There's sort of a good news, bad news aspect about impact fees and also captured value is this idea. So we're collecting them, good news. Bad news is now we spend it on, you know, and if we can't thus find things to spend it on, then what happens?
We have
So
to give it back.
that is something I think we need to learn a lot more about,
Mhm.
and be smart about it, but, you know, it's, and I know that, you know, plans change upon implementation, right? Things don't, you know, very seldom turn out exactly the way they were envisioned, but, I think if we have more line of sight to this and are thinking through, you know, thinking this ahead of time rather than boom, we're in budget season, what do we do with, you know, with the funds, that would be good for everybody.
So Tom committed to getting it done by the end of this council for the impact fees. Is there
It's
anything else?
those four, yep.
Yeah, is there anything else around residential growth for discussion?
I just like to say this is huge and, you know, thanks to Tom and staff for getting it on board. And I know it's the middle of doing everything else,
Yeah.
so. This is a big win.
Anything? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I think I don't know if it falls quite under this, but short-term rentals
Yes.
are going to be getting ordinance here. Maybe say July, but start looking something like that.
Okay, I think that's an important one to call out. Maybe not, we don't need to update the goal, but as we think about that goal. Especially with the ADUs, I feel like that's been the big concern, and I think a lot of communities are already ahead of us. Like I think South Portland passed one, Cape Elizabeth passed one. I don't know if it was because of LD 2003 that led them to do that, but. I think this past year, a lot of them have already done that work. And again, I don't think we need to recreate the wheel. They probably can leverage what they have. But I know that's been the concern about the ADUs is the purpose of it is to actually create affordable housing, not for necessarily creating rental properties or rental options, so. All right, moving on to goal area 4. Oops, is that the same one?
No, I think it's just mistitles.
Oopsies. Strategic, capital, and facilities planning. So again, this one was related to supporting the school, supporting creating the ad hoc committee and purchasing land. So I think all of these are well underway. And I think as Councilor Pucci said, the big 200-pound gorilla right now is the school and supporting the school, at least between now and August 16th, to make sure we're supporting that effort as appropriate. Any thoughts on this one?
It's bigger than a bread box. But I think this is, you know, exactly where we need to be putting the time and energy, you know, it is strategic, it's a need that we've had for a long time. And, you know, everyone's working hard to get it, you know, to a certain point, so.
Mhm. And I think most of us have been involved in a lot in this. Like one of the things that when you look at other communities where school didn't pass, it was because the council wasn't as involved. And what you see now in those communities is the council is like one of the communities, I think it's Cape Elizabeth, is talking about how we now have a joint committee with the school board, and we've been on that joint committee for so I mean, at least we started it right. You know, it is getting down to the wire, but and Councilor Clucci's been engaged. I know Councilor Katarina's been on the communications committee, you've been on the sub-finance. So I think we've all been honoring that goal. Still have some work to do between now and August 16th, though. And then the ad hoc committee, I think tonight you're gonna at least discuss potential people, correct? Or there's
We're
gonna
gonna
be,
do a first read of the
Okay.
committee, and then July we'll make that an action item.
okay. So that's underway. And then the land is part of the option agreement, again, kind of tied in with the school, but at the end of the day, if for some reason we can't put a school there, it does contemplate still a acquisition of the land. So that is still going to continue. Any other thoughts on this one? Okay, the next one is climate change. So again, some great stuff here. We did the 30 by 30 resolution. We funded the open space plan. You know, I think that's been probably the first one has been the bigger focus. I think there's been probably a little bit more organic stuff on the second goal that the Conservation Commission and Planning Board have been kind of partnering on. Again, my suggestion for discussion is, again, thinking about this and like what we set out to do. Is there any more specific action we want to focus on to advance this at this point? Jean Marie has talked about the potential of establishing an ad hoc open space committee. That would be like a culmination of different groups that she shared. Is that something we want to see happen? Maybe not like tomorrow, but before this council ends to get that started. And then again, we had a lot of stuff in here about sustainability that I don't think we've really quite tackled yet. And so maybe we're okay with pausing any further action on sustainability and just kind of really hyper focus on the conservation open space plan. How do we get to the 30 by 30? So I don't.
So we are making progress, but it's not easy. And they also have a new counselor as a liaison. So I think there's been a little bit, they focused really hard on 30 by 30, and I mean the Conservation Commission, because I think we've been using them strategically to help us with these goals here. After our meeting this past month, we actually started identifying what our priorities would be within the ordinances and what we would want to change in the ordinances to try to pull, what are our priorities? Let's protect the resources. So how, which ordinances can we look at to maybe better protect the resources? We are doing it. It is happening. And I think it's actually really important work. It's just not very easy, as we know, changing ordinances, but also changing them in a way that we never have before. I'd like to continue with this goal with integrating into the planning process, but it's not as easy as you think. And I think I want to kind of read what Randy sent to me, because when I go to planning, I'm like, hey, we want to integrate the Conservation Commission into the planning process. And I've been saying that for 6 months, but we can't quite figure out how to do that. And so, Randy's comments to me was, the Conservation Commission cannot integrate into the planning process so long as our contributions are considered immaterial. We must adopt a new ordinance to guide planning decisions to incorporate established conservation principles. So it's great that Conservation Commission is like making memos, but it's a public comment, even though the Conservation Commission is made with experts and people who can give valuable feedback into the planning process. They've also been now, despite they would rather focus on some other things. I'm saying the biggest impact is ordinance change. So we have, just like last week, Jamie Finch sent them a slew of ordinances to kind of look at, get their feet wet, kind of take a peek at, and try to make some easy changes, because there are some that we could make some really easy changes. I said, hey, pick 2 or 3, let's package them together to ordinance and see if we can do that. That is something they're specifically working on. It is happening. But it is happening, I think, on the Conservation Commission level, and I've been trying to guide them and help them and make sure it's still happening. One thing about the 30 by 30, I'm a little confused because the resolution we actually had in our packet was not the final one. The one that we had actually had a charge to create an ad hoc committee. And so in my mind, we already made some promises to the Conservation Commission and other people that this committee would be created. And I think Jean Marie and in my mind, this is really resident committee driven. So we want to pick someone from each committee and then say, go at it. We've made it very clear to them that staff is already on a lot of committees and council's on a lot of committees. And if they want to kind of own this, they can. I'm more than happy to try to push that forward, because we do have motivated people who want to do it. And we are doing an open space plan. I mean, it's in the budget, it's happening. So I do think we should put that together. I'm not sure what council can do for this goal at this point. I think it's just something that they're going to be working on. I think we just are we're still working on picking which ordinances we want to update and prioritize. I'd like to do it all. I think we can. So Um,
Well, you sound motivated to do
but
it,
that's,
so.
that's fine. I just, and it's, I see all these folks that are interested and want to do it and I don't want to lose that.
I agree.
That steam and I want to, keep that commitment. I mean, the Conservation Commission came out of nowhere with this resolution. It was just, they're so motivated and organized and educated that they were like, this is a great step.
Mhm.
And so I think if we kind of push them along with the ordinances, I think in a couple of months, we're really gonna hopefully see some sort of product. And hopefully some easy ordinances changes that will be very good for the
Do you see,
environment.
what I'm trying to understand maybe about the ordinance changes that they're looking into, are those things that will influence the planning process to better integrate the conservation principles in
Yes.
there, or is it, okay,
Yeah,
So-
like right now, we have a resource protection ordinance over the Nonsuch River, but it's not over all the other rivers. Well, why don't we just put it all over the other rivers, which protects, the setbacks and the buffers and like things like that. So, those are the sort of things there. And I think, Autumn and Angela and Jamie, they're amazing. And so they've really, I think, and they also do this every day. They're very easy to pick out a couple ordinances and be like, this one, I think we can do better, or this one always seems to be a problem.
so it's almost as if the approach, while it's not written this way, it sounds like the approach to achieve the second goal is really at this stage exploring potential ordinance adjustments. Once they identify those will come to the ordinance committee for action. And at least for this year, that's going to be our approach to kind of focus on the second goal. On the first goal, we're staying the course. The only thing we're adding that's not necessarily listed here or as part of this is trying to establish that ad hoc committee before this council is over, which I'm supportive of. I don't know. If I look at it that way, I feel like that's a reasonable path. It sounds like it's mostly on the committees to kind of advance at this
It
point.
is,
Yeah.
and they are like motivated as in why don't we have this ad hoc today, Karen? Sort of motivated. So in my mind, I'm like, let's give it to them and let them go. So then they can stop saying, when are we doing it? When are we doing it?
Mhm.
I don't know how much work that takes or what that
I
involves.
want to say, I remember Jean Marie sent a memo that pretty much called out what
She
the
did.
committee
We
membership could look
listed
like,
exactly what it would be.
which I thought, I
Mhm.
remember being impressed with
Yes.
at the time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was all January.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would certainly be in support of us, making that an actionable thing for us to achieve. Just the formation of that committee, that certainly seems like something we can achieve. And then just to speak to the second half of this goal a little bit from the sustainability standpoint, and I apologize if I haven't been shining a bright enough light, because a lot of it is just the nuts and bolts work of, what shows up on our agenda packet and we discuss it and Autumn tees it up for us. And then we say, yes, we discussed this, and then we, proudly vote on it. But sustainability has made a number of ordinance changes since we put this goal in place in January. They developed the entire EV charger goal. And so that is, being put in practice now for all new development. And so, they've certainly made headway and in part because this council supports when a new ordinance comes through from them, that we take it seriously and we take it to consideration, we put it through its paces, and then it has, those things have come to the full council. And so there've been a number of things since we put this goal in place that sustainability has had their hands in, and they are all seasoned veterans on that committee, and they love to tackle the ordinance question.
Mhm.
And so now that EV chargers is behind them, they have started looking at building standards and building codes again, just to make sure that if there are places that we can integrate sustainable materials into our codes. I know that one of the conversations we had at the last meeting, we had Kevin Freeman come and present for over an hour about sustainable materials and building materials. They also want to discuss sustainable landscaping in Scarborough and potentially having, some updates to our ordinances around what kind of plants we put in and things like that. And so those, from a sustainability standpoint, I think we're absolutely supporting those goals and making great progress. And not only that, but shout out to Autumn. She has come to several sustainability committee meetings. And so, there's definitely like town planners involved, our, that, you know, Angela has been to several sustainability committee meetings recently as well. And so, you know, engineering and planning are both attending these meetings and with a focus on making sure that our ordinances are getting updated.
So one comment I'd like to add is to this discussion, and I think this is great progress that groups are, you know, have been appointed and empowered and are underway. So, you know, that's the good news. The risk is we want to make sure that they don't get frustrated with a lack of progress. And I hear that from a couple of people.
Mhm.
And I think what it comes down to ultimately, and the ordinance work can be very dull and boring, stultifying work, but it's necessary. I think we're making good headway with that, but have to stay focused on it. Where the rubber meets the road is enforcement. So if we don't have sufficient code enforcement officers and folks actually implementing and enforcing our ordinances, then it will be meaningless.
Mhm.
And I know I have a concern when I hear Angela Blanchett talking about, you know, her responsibilities for stormwater and that sort of thing. And these folks have significant authority in terms of, I mean, the Conservation Commission oversees shoreline zoning areas. They have enforcement responsibility. But if there's not people on the ground, staff doing it, then people will lose confidence and faith in, you know, how serious we are about it. And I know when I ask them in public, they say, yeah, we feel we've got enough resources, but I know that's not the real answer.
I think it's definitely gonna be a good watch out as we go forward, especially if we're making changes to ordinances with something like this. Is that point gone? And that's probably a point for the committees to consider is like, how do we enforce this? Or what is the enforcement mechanism? Because if it's not clear, doesn't exist or can't be done, then we're putting good ideas out there that might not stand. So I think that's a really good thing for the committees to just contemplate as they work on ordinance changes. So it sounds like, just to summarize this one, we're committed to continuing both of these. Really, the first one, we do need to figure out when to start that ad hoc committee. Again, Jean Marie, I think, had recommended to wait till September. And again, I think that was her suggestion at our last meeting. If you think there's desire to get that going sooner, I don't think there's anything that prevents us from putting together a charge, voting on it, assigning membership. Again, it might be September by the time all of that happens anyways, but like the work to get it going doesn't have to wait. I just don't know, Tom.
No, I don't think it does. I have all sorts of questions around that, but I'll reserve those for, you know, when we start to dig into the charge. And those have to do with some suggestion that the town hire some conservation staff and how the land trust fits into that puzzle. Really, I think there's just, but that work can start now. I would just say on this point, you've got two highly motivated, stacked with expertise committees that are doing really good work. The best thing you can do is support their work.
Yes.
When they bring it to you. I will say, just on behalf of staff, there's a bit of a concern really with the funding of the vulnerability assessment and the open space plan. Those are pretty big undertakings in and of themselves. And so it's really important that we do them both and do them both well. So that's just something staff's verbalized. They want to make sure they don't get spread too thin on other things. We'll continue to do our best to support. And I've encouraged them to speak up when they think they're being spread too thin, because we really need to focus on doing those studies well.
Ad hoc the wrong word? I mean, can we create a committee that doesn't have staff support present all the time? Because I would like to continue the momentum, but I at least said staff is stretched thin. I was like, I don't think we can guarantee that staff can show up to your subcommittee. Conservation does have other subcommittees. No staff shows up. It's just people that meet. And so I think also with the open space plan coming and the fact that we do want impact fees eventually on an open space plan, it would be good to have some. sort
Yeah,
of-
don't misunderstand me. My comments weren't relative to a new committee. I think it was really just the breadth and the depth of the work that these committees are kind of talking about. There's a lot there.
So it's more the goal too of like,
It's
as
focusing
they're working on the
attention.
ordinances, like,
Right.
don't focus on 10. Because if we really want to move forward, the open space and vulnerability assessment, like the more they focus on, the less town staff can focus on.
Because we envision leveraging multiple committees through that work. And so that's going to take some time of theirs. Make sure you do take credit for the vulnerability study
Yeah.
you funded as well. I think it fits under this goal quite nicely.
Yeah, so that theme of leader, it's called business management reinforcement, sort of a, inspect what you expect, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
It applies to us here. From a leadership standpoint, or leadership reinforcement coming from the council, checking in with the committees or asking for updates. That's really where, we should be spending most of our time and not trying to substitute, that with enforcement, when we get questions from the public, that's when I respond, but I do try to refrain from, asking for a VIP windbreaker and, and
Yeah.
Well, I think,
volunteering to help with enforcement.
and I think on a separate note, just, I think our commitment to these goals in January and then really the work we did to align our committees to the council goals
Mhm.
is gonna pay dividends. Like even, and again, like I do kind of feel like not enough of a light was shown on the work that sustainability has done for the last 6 months because they have made several changes. But they made those changes, with the support of council goals. And I think every single committee had a meeting to discuss and make sure that their goals for the year were in line with our council goals. And so I think we're gonna see that, pay out for the next 6 months too.
Yeah, I thought Tom did a good job of that too with Summit, with the
Yeah.
committee
Mhm.
summit, and everyone had done that, and even in the budget process,
Yep.
everybody led off with that, so that
Yep.
is that's a very promising
Mhm.
sign that folks are getting the message.
So, but
Totally agree.
just for this goal, for like our actions, it's really establish the ad hoc open space committee and continue to support these committees and their continued work to make ordinance improvements. But I do agree with Tom that that comes with the caveat of, but don't forget that we have the vulnerability and open space plan to like make sure that we're not overstretching town staff. Because in my opinion, I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, I think those two things are important. I think the open space plan kind of goes with goal 1, so I'm not worried about that one. The vulnerability assessment, honestly, I don't have a good sense of like what that means in terms of work, when it's gonna start. But I feel like once that gets going, like I would personally like to see staff be able to really focus on that, because I think that's
Yeah.
also gonna,
I think that's really important to the
Yeah.
residents.
No, and I'm just amazed at the level of energy and expertise on these committees. We want to tap into that and leverage that through this process too.
all right, anything else on this goal before we move on to the next one?
Nope.
All right, next is transportation. So committing to support the transportation study and committing to support the Gorham connector. Councilor McGee, is there anything you want to add on this one? Because I feel like you're the closest to what's happening in the transportation.
No, not necessarily. I think it's hard to check a box when we have a townwide survey that's gonna be, or study that's gonna be
Mhm.
taking place, and that should really be the indicators for where we should focus our next set of efforts on improvements, and even with as it relates to even funding improvements or design. So I think where we need to be right now until we get those studies in place.
The one thing for discussion, and I think Counselor Himmel, Counselor Shoup and I were there at the All Boards Summit. The one thing that seemed to be a common theme that connected, no pun intended, a lot of the committees was the notion of connectivity. And
Yeah.
so I don't know what that means for goals, but it was just kind of something I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of, that that seemed to get a lot of energy from the different committees, where transportation is working on stuff to create trails around town, and planning board was talking about how, as they look at the planning, they're kind of making sure that the trail system connects, and they were sharing all these interesting facts about what's been approved that will eventually create a real good connected trailway. And then what else? Like when we talked about the school, not connectivity so much, but transportation was a big comment of like, well, what is that going to mean for transportation? And again, connectivity could be like a means through which we think about how to limit traffic flow for supporting the school if it's in a central location. So again, I think maybe not for goals, but as we think going forward, this theme of connectivity in terms of getting people around town from point A to point B seems like it cuts across many committees. And I don't know if we figured out as a result of the All Board Summit, like what's the next step to keep that conversation going amongst committees. So for counselors who sit on those, it's probably worth maybe at your next committee meetings, just acknowledging that this was the conversation and see if your chairs want to kind of have that conversation with the broader committee about that theme, and is there anything they want to do? Because what we were trying to press upon them was like, you guys should talk to each other.
Yeah.
And you all seem to want to talk about this, and you're all kind of doing stuff, but you don't really know what each other's doing. So how do we make sure you guys are connected?
I thought, Nick, that a couple months ago, that someone from transportation, they had talked about doing a subcommittee or something about connectivity, because I know people on the community services board, that was one of their priorities or goals was like, we want connectivity with trails.
Bicycle pedestrian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that
that's-
ever?
That's still kind of in the works.
Okay. So I think there was an
yeah.
idea about it.
Yeah, and we did have really good goal setting discussions at transportation as to what they thought they reasonably could try to achieve. So be happy to follow up with them too and see where we are on their checklist.
Mhm.
Yeah, between council liaisons and certainly staff have never been more integrated at the committee level than they are now. They're tuned into this and obviously they talk, and so they don't want to be duplicating efforts. So
Mhm.
that gives me some level of assurance that you don't want to stifle a good conversation at the committee level, but you also want to focus it, make sure they're aware that someone else is working on that, or
Mhm.
wait for this piece to come and then you can add on to it. So I think we're tuned into that pretty closely.
Great. Any other thoughts on this one?
Just one as it relates to the traffic side of the traffic and transportation group here. You know, with everything that's going on in town, the work on the, you know, the current phase we're in with Gorham Road. The other work that's going to be done this summer with paving projects, half a dozen paving projects. Potentially, you know, Sawyer Road becoming another very, you know, busy thoroughfare. I think it's going to be important for us to talk about, you know, that issue. I know people are, you know, complain a lot about traffic, and you know, I don't, whenever I get questions on it, I don't have a good
Mhm.
answer for what we're doing about it.
One of the things, and I mean, I feel like I got exposed to it when I was on the transportation committee. I don't know if the full council has ever been, or like, but my thought is, Tom, maybe like, would it be helpful for Angela, again, in the future, to have a workshop to really outline all of the projects? Like, I know we have the website now that has all the planned projects,
Mhm.
but even just like giving her that opportunity at a council meeting to come and present and say, here's what's in the pipeline, here's what's coming. I know a lot of people get frustrated when the projects are in process, which is just typical because it does create disruption. But the intent is once they're complete, hopefully there's
Right.
benefit.
Yeah, the pothole complaints go down.
Yeah, the pothole complaints go down, but like, I know Gorham Road, I was stuck on Gorham Road the other day. And I know there was the challenge last week with what happened on Route 1 that just, you know, I was getting a lot of texts from people on Gorham Road. And so, again, I think it is a challenge, but it would be good for us to have good visibility. I know there's been so much communication and the e-news and stuff that Angela's done in the committee, so I think it's out there. It's just, I think we may benefit from a big picture of like, here's the projects, here's what's coming. Tom mentioned, I don't know if you've mentioned to the full council yet, maybe you did in your last town manager meeting. Or maybe you're planning to tonight, was the TMP with the downs and how things are shifting. So there were things that were planned that are still planned. It's just the timing has changed.
Like reshuffle. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, I think just understanding what projects are in pipeline and.
Yeah, we've committed to that website, and that's, I think, a really good resource. It flags all the projects. It gives a specific timeline and scope as we can. And that's intended to be dynamic. So we're updating that and changing that as we bring projects on and as we're aware of private projects as well. But I know that's not a source that's probably very convenient for folks, but we're committed to that. If you've noticed, every other week in my manager's report, I try to just provide some little highlight about projects in the pipeline, and I'll certainly continue to do that. Angela and certainly Allison through the newsletter. We're trying to use all of our vehicles. And then at the end of the day, it's summer in Maine, it's construction season.
Well, and that's the thing. I think sometimes we just need to draw the distinction between traffic and construction.
Mhm.
I mean, construction creates delays and backups, but that's not the same as traffic. Like, so Are you concerned about traffic because you don't feel like the light that you go through is cycling fast enough and clearing the intersection? Or are you stuck on Gorham Road behind a dump truck that is dumping gravel and there's, you know, beeping and
Mhm.
dust and dirt everywhere? Because those are two different sides of
Yeah.
this coin, I think.
And but sometimes that construction, right, is intended to eventually alleviate
Well, I
traffic.
hope always it's
Yeah.
intended to make things
Well,
better.
one of the things that I feel like people think is like anything that's traffic related is gonna increase the flow, and a lot of the improvements, I think, that are frustrating for people are really around safety.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's frustrating is probably, it's operating as designed,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Putting
an
up a-
education piece too. And you
Yeah.
and I learned that at the Counselor Corner
Yes,
Live.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm. So safety is also part of the improvements, like a lot of these projects are safety related, which may not necessarily increase flow, but it's more about public safety and making sure that, you know, the right measures are in place so people aren't.
So we should say, you'll be happy when it's all done.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases, in some cases, what came out of Counselor Corner Live was that people are not gonna be happy. Because we put in medians specifically designed to prevent people from making left-hand turns that historically they have been able to make for the last, 40 years. And that is a bummer, when you can no
Yeah.
longer make that left-hand turn and they think that we have now screwed up the road and we're like, well, no, actually, we've made it significantly safer.
So something.
You're right.
I had a quick question for Tom. Tom, how should we think about TMPs in the context of impact fees and, you know, the benefits of development? Do we consider them sort of part of impact fees, or are they a totally
No, they're
different
separate.
category?
They're separate. Those are, a traffic movement permit will require a certain development or developer to do certain off-site improvements. They must do them. Impact fees are something that we impose ourselves, and are separate and apart from the requirements of a traffic movement permit.
And the TMPs are based on, you know, analysis of the number of trips and that kind of
Right.
thing.
That's right.
Can you remind me if this is true, but the Downs, their TMP, are they still paying impact fees for traffic too, or is it?
Certain ones, but they're exempt from others because of that. They're actually doing the improvements,
Okay.
in large part. But they are paying for, a couple still.
That's helpful.
Yep.
Thanks.
And I think the one thing I learned too, which is also kind of frustrating for residents, I'm sure, is like when it is a TMP or when it is something that a developer is doing, we don't control that. Like they're going out, they're bidding the contract, they set their timeline, like even whenever the traffic improvement is approved, they in some ways get like a 5-year time horizon, and they can do it at any time in that 5-year period, which could be at the very end or it could be at the beginning, but like they don't.
Well, actually, the TMP and the Downs TMP is the largest that the
Yeah.
state's ever issued, in terms of breadth and scope and cost, I should say. I think it's touching 32 different intersections, in at least I think 3 towns. There's some work in Gorham, South Portland, and majority here. That is very prescribed. It's over a 5-year period. It's exactly, we know what's going to happen in year 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Mhm.
And that's what they're kind of reshuffling that slightly, based on kind of early experience, and myself and Angela have been fully involved in our support of what they're proposing. Yeah, and so the Downs TMP is really unique in that regard. It's huge. I don't know.
It's huge, and it sounds like it's more prescriptive and too in terms of timing.
Yeah.
Whereas other things might be more flexible.
Yeah, a lot of the requirements, either through the impact fees, it takes a long time to amass enough fees to actually do the project. I mean, in some cases, we've been collecting fees for 30 years and haven't ever had enough to actually do the improvement that was contemplated.
Mhm.
I will say, I should say the other part of all of that is very seldom is there an opportunity to actually increase volume. Look at Route 1. The only way to increase volume is to add additional lanes in both directions or additional lanes, and that's exceedingly difficult, if not impossible.
Mhm.
What we are doing though is improving efficiency, and within 2 weeks, the Oak Hill synchronization will go live. It's been learning for about 90 days now. I guess it's AI of some sort or another, but it's got a complicated system of video, radar, and other technology that learns traffic patterns. And, you know, certainly this one is important because it's different during school time. Certainly the seasonal traffic, there's a lot of variation. So it's been learning for about 3 months, and it's intended to be dynamic in demand response. So where the traffic is coming, it will react to it and modify accordingly.
Is it active already? Like, is it already learning and?
We don't have it live yet. It's still learning, I would say, and this will be highlighted in the upcoming newsletter, because part of what we want to do is say, hey, this is going on. We'd like some feedback. Are you seeing something different? I can tell you, we did it about 4 years ago in the Dunston area, and I saw considerable improvements
That has worked.
on my user experience.
Both direct, I mean, all directions, you know, Broad Turn Road and also.
Right, and so we expect similar results here, and there's actually 5 intersections that are all interconnected. So, you know, when the green light goes and there's a slug of traffic coming, the intersections downline know that traffic is coming and will synchronize accordingly.
So
So,
I was running late today and I thought it was live because I must have been lucky because every light was green and I made it. Right, 1 minute with 1 minute to go. And I was thinking like, oh, these must be working, but sounds like I just got lucky.
we might have got lucky.
You know, John, I drove by this morning and the hatch was open. And it's like a mainframe computer system. in there.
It is.
Crazy.
Yeah,
So maybe he kicked it on.
yeah, maybe it was a test and.
So we're going to put the word out, just alert people to the fact that something's different and look for feedback, and hopefully people can appreciate it's different and better.
Great. All right, the last goal area is public engagement and communications. So a lot of this work has been spearheaded by the Communications Committee, continuing to do Council Corner Lives, Council Corners, budget roundtables. That you guys just recently kicked off the work for the next survey. And I know you guys are planning to kind of, you gave us 3 options for a potential council activity to do together that will kind of get to that middle goal. Is there anything?
No, so our June meeting actually was moved to tomorrow at 3:00. And we're having the consultant come to discuss the survey with us. That's the primary focus of the meeting. And so that work is, you know, gonna kick into high gear. Like I had said in a previous meeting, we're hoping to have the survey out a little bit earlier than we did last year. And so that's gonna be, you know, end of summer, those surveys are gonna be sent out. Feedback I got from the council in terms of our council action day, it seems like most people want to do some table work. And so I'm gonna bring that to committee and see if we can come up with some ways to make that a little more dynamic and, you know, a little more fun or engaging so that we're not just sitting at a table, but we'll come up with something, you know, to definitely meet that goal. And I think we can have some fun with it, especially at Summerfest.
Candy works.
And candy works.
Candy.
Well, and if you sit at a table with a bowl full of melted
Yes,
chocolate, though, be
that does
careful
not
because that was. chocolate.
I love it.
In 90-degree heat.
Chocolate was not a good idea. Yeah, Winterfest. Yeah. All right. Does anybody want to add any other goals that we haven't talked about or any other things that we want to get done?
I can also put in a pitch for a Council Corner Live next Tuesday at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
the Public Safety Building. So, and, you know, to a credit to the Communications Committee, we've hit every single one of those council goals and then internal goals also. In terms of making sure that we had Council Corner articles going out, in terms of making sure that we've done Council Corner Live quarterly. And then we hosted 3 budget roundtables too. So
Yeah.
we are a group that is willing to go and meet the people.
April, I know at the GPCOG annual meeting, you shared Council Corner Live with the crowd.
I
was
did.
I wasn't there. I wonder what the reception of that.
So for those of you who aren't familiar, GPCOG at their annual summit does a what worked segment, and each person gets 1 minute to kind of stand up and give their elevator pitch for something that they're proud of in their town. And obviously, as communications chair, I'm really proud of Council Corner Live. I think that a lot of communities don't do something like that. And it's interesting to hear the feedback after the pitch from communities who came up to me and said, now, what do you do? Like you just go and you set a loose topic. And so I got to make some jokes at Paul Johnson's expense, because ultimately this really was his idea. I think it has worked itself out of the format that he originally thought, like Jerry Springer style, you know, and I'm more like Ellen, so you know, we've definitely gone in a different direction, but the GPCon thing, it was so well received, and I had at least 5 people come up to me at the reception afterwards and just basically want like a, you know, another 2 or 3 minutes of, well, explain to me, you know, how do you get people to come? What's the communication around getting people to come? Like, how do you manage when conversation gets ugly, you know, things like that. And then it's just, it generated some really good conversation with our peers. So I think that's something we should be proud of.
The other thing you should all be proud of, it's been at least 2 full years, maybe 3 now, where I don't think you've missed a week with your leader articles. Someone from the council, and that's quite an accomplishment, just that the cadence and just make sure something's done every time. And
Yeah, and everyone's been great. So thank you to
It's
the
impressive.
council for always, I really haven't had to beg. Somebody's always willing to step up.
Great. Anything else to add? No? All right, well then we will do a short recess before our council meeting. Thanks, everyone. Right. Today is June 21st, 2023. This is the regularly scheduled town council meeting. I am calling the meeting to order. If you could please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Next item is roll call. Would you like to call the roll?
Counselor Seiler,
Here.
Counselor Clucci,
Here.
Counselor Shu,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor McGee,
Here.
Chairman Anderson.
Here. Next item is item number 4, general public comments. If there's anything that anybody in the public would like to comment on that is not on the agenda, if you could please go to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. If you could please state your name and address.
Hi, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I wanted to comment on the LD 2003 discussion that was on the June 7th agenda. And comment on the proposed amendment to the Higgins Beach zoning code. Somehow I missed it, and maybe because it was page 157 of 222 pages of attachments to the agenda. That'll teach me to leave a meeting early, right? In the initial committee discussions regarding LD 2003 did not include mention of Higgins Beach. Later discussions added Higgins Beach carriage houses as ADUs. Carriage houses are already allowed within the Higgins Beach coastal residential zone, so it makes perfect sense to include them to further demonstrate to the state that Scarborough is on board. LD 2003 specifies a municipality shall allow on a lot one existing dwelling unit, the addition, a lot with one existing dwelling unit, the addition of up to 2 dwelling units, one additional dwelling unit within or attached to an existing structure, or one additional detached dwelling unit, or one of each. The current HB code stipulates that carriage houses may not be built on the same lot as a rear addition, except when built on the same lot as a coastal cottage, which has the smallest maximum footprint of the 3 allowable building types, or when the lot exceeds 98 feet in width. They can be built if the lot exceeds 98 feet in width. By striking this standard altogether, which is what the proposed amendment does, there is no stipulation that a rear addition added as a component of a bungalow or house building type, which are the other 2 building types that are allowed at Higgins Beach. It does not stipulate that it must be an ADU if a carriage house is also built on the lot that does not exceed 98 feet in width. Most of the lots at Higgins Beach are 50 by 100. As I understand it from one of Autumn's earliest presentations, Higgins is already one of the densest, or is the densest neighborhood in Scarborough. If you haven't been down there lately, I invite you to come down and see how much denser we have gotten, with full-size cottages being built in backyards as carriage houses with 3-foot setbacks to neighbors, which is already what the codes allow. If the current language satisfies the state's LD 2003 statute in that it already allows for rear additions and carriage houses within the Higgins Beach Coastal Residential District, and again, that's allowed if you're building on a lot that has a coastal cottage or on a lot that exceeds 98 feet in width, I would ask the council keep the language as is, or clarify that rear additions built on lots with bungalows or houses or on lots that are less than 98 feet wide must be ADUs versus primary building expansions. Thank you very much.
Richard Hayes, 21 Martin Avenue. In a recent meeting I watched, regarding our upcoming expenditures. I'm having difficulty in believing the numbers that have been stated affecting the tax implications in town. So I am requesting, I know there's been some talk that a totally independent third party review these numbers. I think it's critically important. The projects being talked about could be upwards to $200 million in debt. And I think that's the minimum that's deserved to the voters, that these numbers be verified by someone with some outside information. So, thank you.
I will add, the town has actually started the conversation about what that qualifications would be for an independent third party to do a peer review of the work that's been done. So that is something that we're actively exploring to try and make sure that that model that Councilor Clucci did a phenomenal job putting together, you just get another set of eyes that can kind of validate it. Right, is there any other general public comment or items?
Hi, good evening. My name is Maura Erickson, and I live at 288 Pine Point Road. I've lived in Scarborough all my life. I don't know how much longer I'm going to live here because you are driving me up a wall. Every time there is a budget session, my taxes go up. And, you know I've said this to you guys a million times, but I feel like you're trying to change the whole demographic of Scarborough. Get all the old time Scarborough people out and just get like fancy people who can afford the taxes. But I'll tell you, I can't. And when I hear that my taxes are going to go up, oh, just another $200 this year or more. Honestly, I think it's more. And for some people, like that's their paycheck. So I guess they don't take a vacation, or boy, I never thought I'd wish for more than 52 weeks in a year, but it seems like I'm going to have to because I can't afford to live in this town any longer. It's very disappointing. I was with my husband yesterday and we were driving in the middle of the day and he said to me, there must be an accident on the road and on the turnpike because there can't just be, I mean, he's a clam digger, so he spends all his time out on a clam flat. He's never out in public, really. But I mean, he thought there was an accident on the turnpike because there was so much traffic on Route 1. And I said, no, this is the new Saugus. We're like the new Saugus, Massachusetts, except we're Saugus, Maine. And I just want you to know that I'm not happy. I mean, it's very disappointing. In 2019 and 18, my taxes were $3,800. Now they're almost $6,800. So they've doubled in 5 years. I don't know. I find that I read in the paper that the town employees and the school teachers and everything are getting a raise. It's very disheartening because I don't think the raises that mere commoners are getting on the outside that aren't town employees are keeping up with what everybody else is getting. And I really think you need to think about that. I'm very dismayed that only one council member voted no in raising the taxes. I don't know what planet you think we're on, like Planet Money, but we're not. I'm not. And I find it very disheartening to see there's not many other people out here complaining. I feel like, maybe something's wrong with me, but I don't think so. I'm a good worker. I'm a good saver, but you're killing me. I'm bleeding money to the town. I'm begging you to stop doing it. When it comes time for the $1 billion school, please say no. Let's get our heads screwed back on correctly. Thank you. I do appreciate all the work you do. Don't get me wrong, but you're killing me. Thank you.
Right, any other general public comment for items not on the agenda? No? All right. Item number 5 is, I'm closing public comment. Item number 5 is minutes from the June 7th, 2023 town council meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? All right, motion passes. Item number 7 is items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those right before the meeting. Item number 8 is town manager report. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a number of things to touch on this evening. I suppose in honor of summer solstice, the longest day of the year, we appear to have the longest agenda of the year as well. But I assure you, there's a number of items that are interrelated that hopefully will move through fairly quickly. I haven't updated you in some time about the Scarborough River Dredge project, but that is that's still on track, I should say. All permitting and easements have been fully secured. Bid solicitation is actually underway by Army Corps, and those bids are due back to them by the end of June. So we're in a position with the additional funding that they secured through Senator Collins' office to have that work completed this fall and into the winter, which is the dredge window. So that's very good news that everything's falling in line. With respect to the school building project, a number of things are running on parallel tracks at this point that really need to meet some very important and fairly close deadlines. At this point, we do have a letter of intent in place for a site, and we're performing under the terms and conditions of that. There's an appraisal that's been commissioned, is underway. I did get an update from the appraiser that he is actively engaged and is still on track to deliver that by the end of the month. We're also very busy working with staff and consultants to identify potential offsite construction costs, and that's proving to be quite a challenge. And so it's not only identifying them, but it's also getting an estimate of cost, so the council can be supplied with a full project cost estimate when you consider the matter. As was mentioned at the podium just a moment ago, I also sit on the finance subcommittee of the building committee, and we're currently looking at some debt modeling, really trying to do the best job we possibly can to advise residents what the likely tax impact is, both near and long term. I will say, and I've made a request to some of my colleagues who are considering similar large capital item, just to appreciate the level of analysis and depth that they've gone to in terms of estimating tax impact based on conversations so far. But I want to see their spreadsheets. They're fairly rudimentary. They're kind of estimating year one impact, whereas we've undertaken an approach to kind of look this out over the entire length of the bond, which is a far more complicated endeavor. And as the council chair mentioned, we're actively seeking qualified individuals or firms to help us do some peer review and validation that the model does what it's intended to and appropriately makes certain assumptions. So more to come on that for sure, but that's work in progress, and we hope to deliver a credible piece for your consideration in the coming weeks and months. With respect to Aldra Hall, I've mentioned this right along. We're still actively involved with the Scarborough Land Trust. They have expressed interest in leasing the entire facility. They've proposed a letter of intent that I really haven't spent any time with. I've shared a draft with council leadership. The next matter is to really dig into that. I will say, just in passing, they spent a lot of time, a couple of months, understanding the condition of the building and the sort of improvements that they would contemplate making it appropriate for their use. And it's in the $150,000 range of investment that they're considering. As an aside, I've also had informal conversations with the Historical Society, who's located just to the rear and shares parking. And initial reaction was very positive, and so we'll continue those conversations. And lastly, Central Maine Power owns, it might come as a surprise, but what is the parking lot is owned by Central Maine Power in large part. They recently decommissioned a substation to the rear of the Historical Society, and we have had conversations with them about acquiring that land. We hope that it will come to us at a very low, if no fee. So that's a related and ongoing discussion, and I'll keep you abreast. The community center project, this is the ad hoc process. I know Councilor Shoup will speak to this, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but that process is well underway. It was touched on at the goals session earlier. I'll also make you aware that we've gone through a thorough RFP process and have selected Utile. They're a consulting firm that came unanimously recommended by the review committee. And this is a group that has particular expertise doing these sorts of things. And they're commissioned to do a feasibility study. This is funding that's included in the FY23 budget. And we think this pairs up nicely with the committee being formed and getting up and running, so they'll have technical support for their work. Eastern Trail, you'll see this on every update. CMP is on board, so I'm very pleased with that. The railroad company CSX, they acquired Pan Am. They are currently reviewing plans and have indicated that they'll honor all prior commitments, which is very good news. That plan review is likely to take a couple months, in all honesty. And in the meantime, we do have final bid specs and plans completed. And the folks at DOT are actually quite pleased with that timing, which would be going to bid in September timeframe. They think that actually will work very well. At this point, all contractors are committed for this construction season. So I'll continue to keep you updated there. I did have the pleasure of attending the All Board Summit. This is a collection of all the different advisory boards that the council has. 18 of the 20 were present and involved, so very good showing. I guess I had the pleasure of facilitating or emceeing the event, if you will. And I think it was good, very productive session and feedback. And I want to thank Karen Martin and the Vision Committee for initiating and organizing the event. There are printed materials that I believe has been supplied to council. And so there's, again, some very good detail there that I encourage you to consider. I have been active with the Crossroads team. This is for the development of the Downs and their traffic movement permit. This is a very large 5-year permit that considers, I think, improvements to something in the order of 32 different intersections, predominantly in Scarborough, but there's some in South Portland and maybe even one in Gorham as well. So it's a very expansive set of requirements. What we learned after year one is really in terms of timing and cash flow and really consistency. The town met with representatives from the Downs and have come up with a different ordering of projects that makes more sense for them and frankly for us. And I think our residents in terms of construction fatigue. And so we did have a very productive meeting with the state traffic engineer a week ago Friday. And it does look like we have kind of a revised or modified approach. I assure you, there's no relief. All the same projects are included. It's just kind of a reshuffling, a reordering of those projects. So very pleased with that outcome. This council has been dealing with the implications of LD 2003. This is a statewide requirement intended to expand housing choice. This legislative session has been considering, the legislature has been considering some modifications to that law. Notably, I believe the House and the Senate both passed changes to the implementation deadline. Right now, under the current law, we are all required to implement LD 2003 by July 1st this year. And this council's actually passed it in first reading, is in process. But it does appear as though there'll be some relief granted for town meeting communities. They'll be given a year reprieve. So the implementation requirement will be July 1st, 2024. And for all others, including Scarborough, it'll be a 6-month. In spite of that, since we're in process, staff suggests that we stay on track with implementation at this point. I did provide a list of paving projects that are planned for this construction season, more for awareness. Some of this work is actually funding remaining in the current FY23 funding year that has been done over the spring. And the rest of the items is a tentative list, but fairly certain for work funded in the FY24 budget. So again, just there for your awareness, and all that work is active and underway. A couple of items I just wanted to add on, I didn't put in my published report. Piper Shores, the Meadows expansion project is finally opening, and tomorrow at 4 to 6, they're having a grand opening, ribbon cutting at 5. This is the Meadows. I believe it's 52 new units of 3 different types across the street. So that's that was the source of a lot of conversation in these chambers. It was the subject of a contract zone, and I've been down to look at it. It's a very impressive project. With respect to election, just to remind you, we do have election scheduled for next Tuesday, June 27th. Polls, and this will be at the high school. Polls open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. So far, we've had fairly low turnout between absentee and early voting. As of 5 o'clock this afternoon, we've issued, I say we, town staff has issued 594 permits, ballots overall. Of that, 278 have actually voted in person. 160 have been returned and 150 are still outstanding. If history suggests anything, we've been trending pretty consistently half early voting or absentee and the day of election. So if that trend holds, we'll be lucky to get 2,000 votes cast. I think at the upper end, it might even be closer to 1,000. So I guess this is a word to get people out to vote. On the ballot is, of course, the school validation and a seat for the Portland Water District. And last, but certainly not least, the Scarborough Community Chamber is holding their municipal officials dinner Wednesday, June 28th. I believe you should have all received an invitation to that. This year, the chamber will be doing three things, I guess, to be efficient. They'll be doing their annual meeting and host us all for the municipal officials dinner. And I'll be giving the so-called State of Scarborough address, which is a kind of a tradition I've done with them through the years. It's fairly data driven, if you will. Karen Martin assists me with preparing a lot of what I think is helpful and useful information that I'll share that evening. And again, that's Wednesday, June 28th at 5:30 at the Throttle Car Club. And lastly, certainly not least, we have Norman Kildow here with us. He's still our fairly new, I'll say, finance director, and he's going to share with you quarterly financial reports. And this is financials as of May 31. Norm will also speak to the issue relative to issuance of bonds later on this summer. So Norm.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, as Tom mentioned, it's been 3 months since I reported financial data on FY23 to the council. So here I am. We'll start with page 1, which is our comparative year-to-date expenditures on the general fund, and we're comparing May 31, 2023 through May 31 of 2022. So we're 11 out of the 12 months in the fiscal year. So if we were to assume that we spend all of our money evenly every month, we would expect to be 91.67% spent on your authorized budget. So that's kind of a number to compare to as I go through my my talk here. And I invite questions at any point in my presentation. So please jump in if you have a question. A theme you're going to hear throughout the discussion of expenditures is we're under the anticipated approximately 92% spend year to date. And the theme that you're going to hear on top of that is the savings are typically in salaries and benefits because of various reasons, and vacancies earlier in the fiscal years is going to be the most common theme. So I'll try not to be too much of a broken record, but that's kind of what we're looking at is those are the facts.
Can I ask you a quick question here? I don't mean
Certainly.
to interrupt, Norman, but what quarter does this coincide with?
Well,
Is it a fiscal quarter? Is it a calendar quarter? I mean,
we're actually off cycle since we didn't do quarterly on a quote calendar quarter in February. So we're somewhere between the third and the fourth quarter.
the only thing I'd say is, and this is maybe more for Tom than for Norman, because I'm glad that we're finally on the board with this. But this is like 11/12 of the year. So
Exactly.
in terms of how meaningful this is going to be for us, it's sort of like, it's almost all over but the crying, you know, I mean, so I would just say going forward, if this is going to be a meaningful exercise for us, it should be done in a way that it coincides with quarterly timing of our fiscal year so that that's consistent rather than calendar year timing. So I
Absolutely.
don't think we were clear on this. I certainly wasn't clear. And that didn't meet my expectations in terms of my understanding of how we we're going to do this.
No, we certainly agree. We should be doing it on the quarter.
Yeah.
We've done it at this cadence at the direction of council, in March, and
Yeah.
here we are again.
Right.
Well, I think we should talk to the chair or the vice chair about that again.
Well, the plan is that for FY 24, we'll do it on the calendar quarter because we're getting caught up with all the
So
issues.
when will the next one be then? When will the next one be?
Well, I will do one in October, which will be the first calendar quarter of 24. And then somewhere in the fall, we will present the year-end audit results. So we'll kind of calendar.
We're
wise.
on a fiscal,
Yeah,
the calendar year that runs from July 1 to June 30. Wouldn't the first quarterly report be July, August, September?
So can I just propose
Yeah.
that as we schedule the agendas for the rest of the year, we can figure out
Great.
when
Yeah.
to make the next one, just to make
Yeah.
sure that it aligns with whatever is the appropriate
Great.
path.
Thank you. Sorry for the diversion.
no, that's okay. So I want to go straight to the bottom of the section that's titled on the line titled Total General Fund Expenditures. We're, like I said, 11/12 of the year. We're at 86.1% spent. So we're not spending at a rate that we anticipated. So I'll dive into some of the categories. I'll start with executive, and we're actually overspent in that category, which is the line labeled 56. The vacation and sick payouts for fiscal 23 were above anticipated amount, and the former finance director is included in that payout. So that's driving why that one is one of the few that's over budget. In the finance area, my area, we're at 82% for the year. And you know, here we go. The first thing, we're 175,000 below budget on salaries and wages, and that's all due to staff openings the first part of the fiscal year, which was last fall, August through December. In the management information systems, IT line 58, the same story there. They're 181,000 below budget on salaries and benefits. Planning, same story, and to the tune of 145,000 below budget on those items. Line 62, community service. We have a couple of things going there. One is the vacancies. So they had vacancies at the beginning of the year as well. But another factor that contributes to their being below budget is Todd budgets his childcare programs at full capacity. So the appropriation is assuming that he's going to be able to deliver a full program. And he has not been able to hire sufficient staff to deliver a full program. So he's not spending at what he thought he was going to be spending on those programs. Public health and welfare is another that we're actually over spent on. And we're 57,000 over budget on emergency housing and 67,000 over on general assistance housing.
Just on that note, there's a 70% reimbursement that will be shown in the revenue side of things to compensate for that.
Fire services, again, another area of vacancies, and we're 519,000 below budget on salaries and wages. Police, 750,000 in the patrol division under on salaries and wages, and another 287,000 in dispatch for those items. So Public Works is actually kind of on target for the year. They're spending somewhat as expected. Line 85, our debt, we had budgeted for a debt issue this year, which ultimately is not going to happen until the beginning of next fiscal year. So there was a budget for anticipated interest on the new issue in the first year, and that's not going to happen. In the capital area, we're underspent. One of the large items in there is a rescue vehicle that hasn't yet been purchased that was appropriated. And then in the other, that's again, the driver in that is the debt issuance that's not happening. So again, just to recap, overall, we're at 86% versus we would anticipate 92% at this time of the year. The school is fairly close to their anticipated spending. They're at total between adult education and general fund, they're at 86.4. So they're kind of right on target with their spending. And if there's no further questions on expenditures, I'll move to revenues at page 2. In our revenue section, we're through May 31, we've collected 98.8% of our anticipated taxes, compared to 97.9. So we're a little ahead of the pace compared to last year on collections. We're at 53% on interest on delinquent taxes, which is a direct result of the first line that we're ahead of collections. So not necessarily a bad thing, but again, we're behind. We've already exceeded our estimate on licenses and permits, and building permits and electrical permits are driving the vast majority of that excess over anticipated revenues. Let's see, charges. We're just a little behind on charges and services. Our intergovernmental revenues, line 93, our state homestead thus far is about 365,000 below.
You know where that is?
Not sure. Could be a timing thing. I'll get back to you. And then line 95, our fines, forfeitures, and assessments. Included in assessments are charges where we allocate expenses from one department to like the school. We allocate the IT. We do it twice a year, so IT has not done that yet. It'll happen in June's business. So we are at 87.7% on revenue, so we're fairly close to our 11/12 overall. Any questions on the revenue side? And I will point out my oops. The formulas in the adult education on the prior year column went haywire. Those are actually 79.1, 98.2, 98.1, and then the overall grand total is 94.5 respectively. So something happened. I didn't catch it. I apologize. Any questions on the revenue? We'll flip to page 3, and page 3, you all didn't see this in February. We got a limited report in February, but this is our special revenue funds and our capital project funds. So on our expenditures, we're at 104% compared to our appropriation. And with capital, the timing kind of screws up your projections. So this is not necessarily a bad thing. In prior years on some of these capital projects, we would have been underspent. So with these, projects that are multi-year, you see this based on the timing.
Norman, do these relate to fund balances at all, or are these totally different? These
These are merely what we've spent,
Okay,
okay?
thank you.
The second section is the schools, special revenue funds, and they are at 135%. And the same situation applies to the school as with the town. It's the timing, specifically the capital projects funds or when those are spent. The bottom half of the page reflects the revenues associated with those particular funds, and we're on the town's portion of the special revenues, we're at 123%. So even though we're over on expenditures, we're ahead on revenue. So we're covering the spending on those. And the school's a little bit behind on theirs, but again, it's not an issue of lack of funds. It's just timing. And I want to spend a little time on that very bottom section where we summarize the grand total of the budget versus year to date. We're at 106.7 million actual year-to-date expenditures and 112 on revenue. So we're running at a surplus at this point. As most people know, there's a race to the end in June to get all your spending in the fiscal year. So we've got a little bit of a cushion to absorb that. Any questions on this? If we'll go to page 4 quickly. This is just a recap of the education expenses in a little more granular detail than what was presented on the previous page. If you all have specific questions, I can pass them on to Kate, but this is just for information. And then moving to page 5. This is presented as selected items that may be of interest on the revenue side. Obviously, our property taxes generate the vast majority, but these are some other revenue items that roll up into our total revenues, and we're at our 91% or above are anticipated on all the categories except for the rescue revenues, and we made that transfer after I ran the reports, so that's merely a timing issue. We are on target with the rescue revenues. Again, another one of those items that finance is quickly trying to catch up on and get all the entries made. The bottom half is just a summation of revenues by department for your information. And that's the end of my presentation on the financial data. If there are no other questions.
Just for the benefit of council, during the goals discussion, I had mentioned that we've acquired a new software system, Executive Insights, that we expect will provide enhanced reporting capabilities. So we expect that this will be the last report that you see in this format, and I think you'll see a format that's far more helpful.
Yes, and my plan is the first quarter of 24 to bring that to you in that format.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the effort that you personally have taken to make this possible. I know that we were working very hard as part of our mid-year goals exercise to make sure that we put a marker down. So this is something we've been asking for years. Okay, so the fact that you were able to do it in such a short period of time, is absolutely remarkable and in the middle of everything else that's been going on. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do want to say, though, I think this is a good example of where we're kind of seeing stuff for the first time. We don't know yet how to use this stuff as a leadership group, as a management organization. So, we're going to go through a learning curve as well. But the idea is for us to get in some sort of better cadence in reviewing our financials so that we're able to monitor this and track this on a systematic basis, so we can throughout the year see how we are doing with our financials. So this is completely consistent with what we've been trying to do as a council for several years, and that is to have better transparency and better visibility to our financials. And the reason for that is so that we can understand and make sure that we are able to make investments, and manage spending in order to achieve the goals of the town and to represent the public fairly. That's the whole reason for doing this. It's not just a reporting exercise. We're trying to get a better handle on our financials, and it's been I think we've accomplished a lot in a short period of time, but it's a painful process, and I know that we've kind of gone from grounds, from 0 to 60 miles an hour in a short period of time. So we're in a much better place than we were before. I'm very encouraged by the work you've done so far, and look forward to what we will be able to do going forward.
Thank you. So the next thing I want to turn to is I think Tom mentioned briefly in his report, the timing of the debt issue. Now that we've got the audit behind us and we're running out of fiscal 23, so we're not going to be able to get a debt issue in fiscal 23. But the draft proposal that's been tossed out by our financial advisor and I've tentatively agreed to is we would the remainder of June, July, we would go through our offering document process, and we anticipate that sometime in maybe mid to late August, we would actually go to market and sell the bonds. I don't know that we can get quite through the offering process by the 1st of August, since we're like barely a month away from that, but we're going to target August to go to market for bonds. So do our very
One
best.
thing we'll have to do in the meantime, and we expect to involve the finance committee as much as you wish to be involved. But majority of the projects we've identified do not have bond. We don't have bond authority for them. So that's an action item that this council will have to consider in advance of that bond issue. So
Thank you.
you'll see that at your August meeting likely.
And that's
Thank you,
all
Norm.
I have for that piece.
Yeah,
Question?
I just want to say, this is fantastic.
Thank you.
Getting May numbers is very helpful for me, because you're only 1 month away from year end. So it gives good insights into where we're going to end the year, even though it's not final, but no, this is much appreciated. Thank you for pulling it together.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Norm. Are there any questions for Tom at all from the town manager report? By any counselors?
Yes. I wanted to follow up on an incident that occurred last Friday. There was a gas leak on Route 1. It closed down traffic. It was a pretty big news item locally and also regionally. It was reported as a break in a gas line related to the Comfort Inn. And unfortunately, it created a situation where people thought there was a problem with the Comfort Inn. So what I'd like to do is and Tom and I have been in communication about this from the time that it happened. And I would appreciate if the town manager could take a few minutes. I know we've got a long agenda tonight, but if he could explain the causes for the incident, what our emergency response was, and what we're doing to prevent recurrence. So I understand that this is related in some fashion to the TMP that we were doing at the intersection of the Scarborough Downs Road and Route 1. So I think it would be helpful for the council and also for the public and those present to understand that better.
Yeah, the work, though it may have been related to TMP, that really, in my opinion, doesn't have anything to do with the occurrence. What happened, I believe about 9:30 Friday morning, There was work happening within the right of way of Route 1. It was work related to the traffic movement permit. This is pretty expansive work to improve the intersection of Scarborough Downs Road and Route 1. And the work was occurring in the edge of that right of way. I believe they're needing to relocate the curb, drainage, and sidewalk. In the course of that work, in the right of way, of course, there's all sorts of utilities that occupy that space as well. As I recall, the work had been going on for several days at that point, maybe as long as a week. The contractor hired, unfortunately, hit a service lateral on the gas line in the course of doing their work. Anecdotally, it was suggested to me it was not a surprise that a gas line existed there. Again, they've been working in that area for days, if not a week. What was different is the service lateral to that one location, which happened to be the Comfort Inn, actually came off the top of the pipe, whereas all the other ones came off the side. So still operator error, either way you look at it. These things happen. The contractor in question, I believe, is Shaw Brothers, one of the most capable and reputable firms in the state, frankly. So I don't think it's an issue of workmanship. I am aware that all the proper notifications through DigSafe were made. For our purposes, we responded to the scene. It was obvious through the sound and visibly that there was a rupture in the line, so we kept our distance. Our involvement involved evacuating 6 different businesses, including Comfort Inn, and then really standing by. Unitil, the contractor, utility owner, I should say, responded within about 20 minutes and ultimately secured the scene. Unfortunately, it happened on Route 1 and it caused a closure for about a 2.5-hour period. And unfortunately, we're also doing significant Gorham Road work. And so it really created some traffic challenges right here in Oak Hill. So that's the long and short of it. I guess the final piece is our crews with Unitil and our measuring devices did monitor all the local businesses prior to reoccupancy. And so we were cleared in about a 3-hour time frame, start to finish.
So I'd like to request, I understand there would be some reporting required in terms of doing some sort of incident report. I'd like to request from the town manager that the copy of this be made available to the council and also posted on our website for the public.
I suspect there is you call it an incident report, some sort of run report from the fire department. I'll certainly provide what we have
But
in place.
isn't there some requirement in terms of from a utility standpoint to do a report on an incident like this?
There may be, I can look into that. That's not a report that we generate, but if one exists, I'll see if I can locate it.
I would appreciate the help of the town staff to locate that and to make it available.
I'll do my best.
Are there any other questions for the town manager? No? All right, thank you, Tom.
Mhm.
All right, moving on to order number 23-059. Public hearing and second reading on the proposed new chapter 421, the Town of Scarborough authorization of outdoor services ordinance. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, since this is a second reading, can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, any discussion? No discussion? All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Next up is order number 23-062, public hearing and action on the new request for massage therapist license from Nicholas Jacobs, working at Heel Massage and Therapy located at 51 US Route 1, Suite 5. This is being brought forward by the town clerk.
Per ordinance, new licenses are required to have public hearing and council approval. The applicant has been vetted and we recommend approval.
Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, I'm seeing no one. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Next up is order number 23-063, 7 PM, public hearing and action on the new request for special amusement permit from Alfredo Salgado, DBA 1800 Mexican Restaurant located at 183 US Route 1.
Per ordinance, social amusement permits are required to have public hearing and council approval. We have received public comments that have been submitted in favor of this request.
Thank you. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion, please?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-064, 7 o'clock PM, public hearing and action on the new request for an innkeeper's license from Michael Tolley, Candlewood Suites located at 700 Roundwood Drive. Would you like to set this one up?
So innkeepers are non-transferable licenses. There's a new owner. So this required by ordinance to have public hearing and council approval.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, I am seeing no public comment. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion?
I had a question. How has this particular facility done in terms of the, the call volume to the public safety department? I know we kind of had sort of like a 30 call rule or something like that. How are they performing related to that?
When we brought the two back in earlier in the year, this only had like. Six.
Yeah, single digits.
Okay.
Yeah, it was single digits.
Okay.
It didn't go up, it didn't make the-
Great, thank you.
Counselor McGee?
And as part of this review, there's no change in use being requested, no operational changes that you're aware of. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? No, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next up is going to old business, order number 23-033, second reading on the proposed amendment to chapter 413 growth management ordinance. This is being brought forward by myself and Counselor McGee. Just to set the stage, Liam, do you mind pulling up the slide? So this has been something that's been underway, or this was something that Counselor McGee and I were requested by the council to take action on back in September with the objective of bringing a recommendation in April. And then we've had an extended public comment period to try and get input and also to allow counselors time to digest. So what I just want to quickly go over is a slide that he and I put together back in February, which was really trying to align on what were some of the guiding principles that went behind the recommendations and looking at the GMO that we have proposed and how it kind of stacks up relative to those principles. So one of the items, and probably the biggest one that we know we heard from the public, was they wanted a slower pace of growth. So this recommendation does essentially provide a predictable pace of growth that is slower than the current GMO. And so from my perspective, we've met that principle. The other piece that came forward by the public and the development community was predictability. Stop changing the GMO, make it more clear. So again, I think some of the things that we've tried to do in this GMO was eliminate some of the exemptions, as well as getting rid of the council exemption process and really focus on setting a number and making it a cap so that we know what the number is. The town knows what the number is for planning, residents know what to expect, developers know what to expect. So that was a key principle. Protecting the character of our existing neighborhoods. So we heard a lot about that from the public. It's also something that's in our comp plan to make sure that we preserve conservation. And so the approach we took with focusing on areas was really designed to try and make sure that those areas, whatever we decided, was aligned with the comp plan and the intent, and especially in area 1, which is really most of our areas that's more rural or surrounded by forest and trees, or just have more of a neighborhood feel. We wanted to make sure we preserved that as much as we could. Protecting the rural areas, again, I just mentioned area 1 is really the predominant area there, and the pace of growth specifically in that area was capped at 25 per year. Same thing around conserving green space. Again, a lot of area two, a lot of the development there would be a lot of infill. And so having a lower pace there would essentially try and conserve as much green space and area two. Plan for service expansion, particularly for the schools. So again, I think as we've worked through this, one of the things that I know we've talked about is how to limit single family and three bedroom apartments. So in the current ordinance, there is a limitation on single family of 75 over the year, but there is no limitation on 3 bedroom. So even when the school came and did their analysis for enrollment, they were essentially assuming the town in theory could grow all of our growth at 3 bedroom with no cap that could have impact to the school. So this ordinance establishes a cap on 3 bedroom and single family. So there's that measure really with the school in mind. Other things like public safety and infrastructure, I think having a consistent pace will help to essentially create predictability so that we can plan appropriately for public safety and infrastructure needs. Addressing traffic concerns. So again, the predictability helps with that. Traffic is really, something that's going to get addressed outside of the GMO. Last meeting, we talked about impact fees. We talked about that in our goal meeting. So that will help with traffic as well as the townwide transportation study that's underway. So there are separate plans in place. The rate of growth ordinance really isn't the mechanism to address traffic, but the pace that we're considering is trying to consider that concern. Provide developers flexibility in the building cycle. So that was something we heard when we did a workshop with the development community, specifically for larger projects that are multifamily. They don't operate like a single family home in a single year where you can plan. The funding cycle is different, so they needed a little bit more predictability as well as understanding of when they can get permits. So in this GMO, that 3-year period plus allowing for permits to be issued at site plan, I think will help with that. Clear expectations to the developers. Again, setting a number, being clear on the different areas. That's something that this contemplates. Take politics out of the equation. Again, the council exemption process, I think was a valiant attempt at us trying to be creative to have a pathway for certain projects or things that, the council wanted to contemplate. But I think as we worked through one example, we kind of learned from it and said, perhaps this is not the best path. Maybe setting a number and trying to just focus on that would be a better alternative, which is really what this GMO does. Simplicity, there were a lot of exemptions in the last one. This one has fewer. We've also set caps, better define an exemption process if one exists. So again, we didn't define one. The one unique thing that we did do in this one was specifically around affordable housing, where we did establish a pool that allows for, affordable projects to be capped. In our current GMO for affordable housing, we have no cap. They're all exempt, but we felt like it was important to at least put a cap on that. But create a pathway that allows for more affordable housing if the council wishes. In the affordable pool, we can actually vote if that gets depleted, if we want to replenish it. So that was kind of one exception. And again, easy for town staff to administer. And I didn't ask Autumn before I put yes on this one, but I see a thumbs up. So hopefully this is easier for staff administration. We did have a workshop where there were amendments or suggestions for amendments that are going to be discussed tonight. I'm not going to go over those right now, but I just wanted to kind of set the stage of, this was complicated and we tried our best to be as close to these principles as we can. Some we did better, some we probably could have done better, but at the end of the day, we really tried to come forward with a solution in partnering with the council, the committees, because we got feedback from the committees, the public, and this is kind of where we've landed. So with that, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? So perhaps we can put forward the motion that includes the amendments. Is there anybody who would like to put forward?
What's interesting is we have zero public comment on as presented.
Yeah.
The minute we start amendments, and I'm wondering if that will change.
So can I get a motion for the amendments?
I'll make a motion to move the amendments.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second,
All right, so I'm gonna first kind of go over all of the amendments that are on in the motion. And again, the motion is, the amendments are in the packet. So Liam, if you don't mind pulling the slides back up.
John, just for clarification, the idea here is that if we wanted to separate the question, that would be an option for counselors
so-
to take these one at a time.
Yeah. So the thought was put it forward as a big one. If people want to split it, we can split it. And then we can vote on the portions that people feel comfortable with. So in terms of what's different between first read and second read, in second read, in this amendment, we talked about removing the manufactured housing exemption. So that's part of this motion to amend. We've also talked about changing the cap that was originally in there from 20% for 3-bedroom to 35%. We also talked about adding a cap on common scheme development in areas 1 and 2. So this one has a 50% cap on common scheme development. The question that was raised in our workshop was, how do we handle it if, towards the end of the GMO period, a cap where there might be permits on the table. And so the recommendation is language that essentially says 3 months before the end of year 1 for area 1, the cap would be removed, and 6 months before the end of the 3-year period in area 2, the cap would be removed. And then if you go to the next slide, when it comes to affordable housing, we removed restrictions from any area from not being able to access the pool for affordable housing. We've also added language around clarity. This is more of an administrative update around auto renewing the GMO if the council doesn't act within the 3-year period or once the 3-year period ends. And then also there was language around some administrative work around the staff doing a biannual update, and that's been adjusted to be annual. And that's really to kind of review metrics around different performance areas to kind of give council guidance as they review this on at least an annual basis. So that's kind of the crux of a lot of the amendments that were proposed in that amendment.
Just for those, for council's benefit and perhaps those at home here, the red line version in the packet reflects all of the proposed amendments that Chair Anderson just reviewed.
So any discussion on the amendments?
I had a question.
Mhm.
On the on the second page here, the change between the first and second read regarding affordable and workforce pool. Could you explain a little more detail what that will mean?
So you're talking about the first one?
hmm.
So again,
All the way down to, first one on the second page. Yeah,
yep.
affordable
So again, in the conversation at our last meeting, we were debating whether to expand area 3 to 450 units, really to accommodate a potential project that they have, the 3i Home project, which led to a further conversation around why are we exempting, or why are we not allowing area 3 access to the affordable pool? And in the conversation, a statement was made that seemed to have general consensus around, well, it doesn't really matter where affordable housing is, we shouldn't be restricting it and creating a barrier for affordable housing. So rather than trying to direct who can and who can't access the pool, it was recommended to potentially remove language that basically limited area 3 from using the pool for affordable housing projects.
And can you describe briefly area 3 comprises?
So that's the CPD zone.
Thanks. The Crossroads Planning District.
Crossroads Planning District, AKA the Downs. All right, any other, Counselor Shoup?
We did receive an email from the resident and so I'm talking about the cap, the change the cap from 20% to 35%. And under the rationale, what you said was no significant financial impact based on GP Cog's analysis. And we did receive an email from a resident kind of questioning some of the financial analysis in that memo. And I did feel like some of the numbers were a little low, and I will note that because it does look like you're basing this change on some of those numbers. And I think I will just note that it did catch my attention that in that memo we received from JP Cog, the estimates for the cost per student was wrong. And I understand they're estimating, but it's closer to 19,000. And so when they were kind of, going down to 18,000, I think doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're now saying that we're basing this change on numbers that was provided by our own town staff, not an individual or SEDCO and the Downs and things like that. I kind of wanted to make that note because I'm not sure if people are making this decision on this one based on those financial things. Because I do feel like there might be more of a financial impact than was maybe represented in that memo.
Yeah, I think for me, my biggest concern about going from the 20% to the 35 has more to do with the school and the school's ability to absorb 3-bedroom students, which in the enrollment study, they showed 3 bedrooms, at least in their recent analysis, had a bigger impact on school enrollment. However, I think it was Counselor Clucci, he pointed out that even when they did their analysis, again, they were assuming much more enrollment, or sorry, much more 3 bedrooms in single families than this 35% cap contemplates. So for me, why I'm comfortable with the increase is more to do with this actually makes that enrollment number look better from my perspective, where it's still a little bit higher than the 20%. When it came to the 20%, I don't think there was a rule of thumb of why we proposed it at the beginning. We just kind of said 20, and that was something that I think in the amendment for the Downs that was proposed, 20% was what was put on that, so we just carried that logic forward. But also I think in the conversation, Counselor Clucci raised a comment too around the last item on here, which was 20% may be too low, and we were debating, do you set a floor, do you do a cap and a floor? And I think, for simplicity and for administration, I think it was, having a cap is better. 35% isn't, significantly different. Maybe the analysis isn't 100% accurate, but at the end of the day, the question is will they cover their costs? And, I'm confident, at least with the analysis we received, that there's still enough margin that even if it's not 100% accurate, costs may be covered. But for me, it was more about concerns about the school. But I feel like with what I know about the school project, this is within their absorption plan based on what they're planning for.
Yeah, for me with this one, there were two points to it. So in area 3, which is the CPD, they had previously been allowed 44 single-family homes, or no limit on the bedrooms, plus 20% of their exemptions. This gets them back close, not all the way to it, but closer to that number. 20% is actually would have been cutting back how many single-family homes or 3 bedrooms that they could build by quite a bit. That wasn't my primary concern, though. My primary concern was in area 2, where we have a number of existing projects that are ongoing that are primarily single-family homes. I wasn't convinced there would be enough permits for those projects to continue to build out at the pace that they've been doing for quite a while. So I thought we talked about doing a cap and a min, but the 35% seemed like it was right to me. So I was comfortable with that.
Counselor McGee?
So I struggle with this a little bit because I do worry about the overall impact to the schools and part of their analysis and whether or not they'll be able to handle, more children into the system than what we're projecting. But on the other hand, I really look at this and I say, if you leave it at 20%, we're really saying that we want 80% of the construction in our town to be 2-bedroom. And that's probably apartments because there's very few 2-bedroom homes, so to speak. So I'm kind of struggling with this one. I hate to be so, heavy-handed with this is the only type of housing we want in this town. So I can go both ways. If I agree the GP Cog assessment might not be with Councilor Shoup over there, that might not be exactly spot on. I probably could live with something about 30%, 25 to 30. I could probably get my arm twisted either way, but could definitely go higher than the 20. That's where I'm kind of at right this second.
I'm sorry, I guess we're assuming this is based on the consolidated school going through, because I mean, our schools currently can't handle the current population and capacity.
Mhm.
So when I'm hearing you, are you saying this is based on the school going through?
So my assumption would be if the school is approved based on their current plan, this is well within their range to absorb. If the school doesn't pass, then I think the council has to have a very different conversation about what needs to happen around growth, which to me would be outside of the GMO, but more, do we potentially need to put a moratorium on single family, 3-bedroom homes until we have a confirmed school solution? So again, that's how I feel personally, that if that happens, that's a real conversation the council is going to have to discuss, because in my opinion, it would be irresponsible without a solution in place, us continuing to build out school homes where they already are predicting, I think it was shared last night, they already know for a fact there are 100 kindergartners additional coming in 2027. And that's not with new growth. That's like who are here today in Scarborough. And so while this is a separate topic, it's important for us to consider as we think about this. But again, to me, it's a different discussion for a different day that we're going to have if the school doesn't pass.
So I'm not sure I'd go that far with that, with that analysis. Right now, we're in a situation where there is, one plan that's being socialized for the school solution. So, saying that everything in our future is going to be controlled by that decision, if it doesn't pass, if it gets on the ballot and it doesn't pass in November, then there will have to be a different plan B. Right now, there is no plan B. Okay.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. So I think we are going to have to resist, jumping in and continuing that kind of binary thinking. If we are going to be in a situation, we're going to have to just wipe the blackboard,
Mhm.
clean and wash it with a sponge and start over again.
Yeah.
So that's, and what I just want to pivot for a minute and just say that I think that the work that's been done here has been on the GMO has been outstanding. I think it's been very thorough. It's been very participative. It's not perfect. 2 steps forward, maybe a half step back.
Mhm.
The feedback I'm getting, people don't want growth, period. They want us to follow the state average. So this is higher than the state average, and we don't live in a perfect world. So I think that it's a moderate, reasonable approach, and I'm pretty much comfortable with the recommended amendments as proposed. I'm not, feel like I have to fall on a sword on any of those, but it's every time we've taken a cut at this, we've tried to flatten the curve, and I think this is the first time we've actually done that. Where it does flatten the curve, but it's still not the same as what is it, 180 a year or whatever the number is. The rolling state average, and by any analysis, it's we live in a different world now.
Yep. I think, to your point, like there is no perfect solution. The principles we tried to meet as best we could. And so, again, when we had the workshop last time and we tried to accommodate the feedback from the workshop. So that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be decisions down the road we have to make that are tougher outside of this. And also to your point about the school, I'm not saying we would necessarily do a moratorium, but I think if something doesn't happen, if it takes longer to get a solution in place, then a real conversation is going to have to happen around development for particular types of units that place additional pressure on the school. So when that happens, I don't know, but I think that's something that hopefully we won't have to worry about, but that's all going to be dependent on what happens with the school. So any other?
Can I say mine?
Yep, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So, I think all of your points are well taken. I'm certainly worried about pressure on the school. I've been a huge proponent of questioning whether or not the impact of 3 bedrooms can really be measured as low as it's been reported, because I just feel like when they first turn out, 3-bedroom apartments probably do, house a certain number of individuals, but as neighborhoods turn over, as demographics age, I think as demographics diversify, we have people who are more accustomed to apartment living than maybe somebody like myself who grew up in suburbia. So we have a shift in people who are willing to live in a 3-bedroom apartment, which would create more of a pressure on our schools than maybe we're currently seeing. And I've always kind of held that line and been worried about that. That said, to Counselor McGee's point, I don't know that I necessarily want to prescribe that 80% of the units being built are 1 and 2 bedroom. I'm not sure that necessarily reflects, good planning in terms of what we're hoping to see for the town either. And so I can be flexible. That number is a compromise for me probably, but I can definitely be flexible on that. And I also think that we should plan with the numbers that we have. And so to your point, John, the school enrollment study and the planning that they're doing for the consolidated school does take into account these figures. And I understand that some people probably have a pessimistic approach and outlook on the school. I'm choosing to have an optimistic one. We have to have a plan for all of these kids. And to John's point, if the school makes it on the ballot and the school does not pass, it's not that there's no plan B. It's that plan B hasn't been prescribed yet. And I don't think that it's reckless to go with plan A and say, this is what we need, and hope that we can achieve a successful outcome. But if we approve a certain number of permits and then we see an impact in our schools, we're always going to have to modify and grow and adjust to accommodate that. And hopefully the aim of this GMO is to do that better than we have up to now. And that's part of that bigger conversation. And then the only other thing I'll say about the GMO amendments is I appreciate the additional language about how to use those unused permits. So thank you for adding that.
All right, any other discussion? No? All right, so all those in favor of the amendments? Did you want to?
I'm sorry. I don't think I have any clarity. Are we on that cap change to 35%? That's staying the way it is on this vote?
And yeah, unless you would like to amend it.
Thank you for clarifying.
So count to 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. So now back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion? Counselor Cucci.
Yeah, this wasn't a layup for me. It's, I think you said it well. There's no perfect GMO. But I'm tilting in favor of supporting it. I think there's some good things that I like about it, that it does better. There's some things that I, appreciate about the former one. I think on balance, given some of, particularly LD 2003, I think we needed to do something, and this is probably the right fit, and a future council can change it again if they choose to.
I just want to thank the partnership with Autumn, Karen, Counselor McGee, many meetings, many hours, the outreach to the committees, all of that work that was done, to try and help guide this process. Partnering with the developers to get their input, it really was, designed to try and be as inclusive as we can. And sometimes when you're trying to be inclusive, it's hard to find that right solution. But again, I think what this is really trying to balance every perspective that we can, ultimately with trying to slow the growth rate, but really to target it and balance it in the right areas that are gonna hopefully meet our policy objectives, our comp plan, and really, make sure that, we have something that is hopefully easier for future councils to manage. So I just want to thank Counselor McGee and everyone, Tom, you as well, for working with us through this.
I'll just say that I'm also incredibly grateful for the team that was pulled together, the Tiger team,
Yes.
correct? You get a plaque or something. The. This is one of those situations and I can't be the first person to encounter this where you go out in public and you say something and you run on something and then you actually get there and you get into the gory details and you go, oh my goodness, this is very complicated, way more complicated than you initially think it is. And I think what came out of it was probably, you know, a reasonable product based on all the varying interests that we have to deal with as a counselor and as a community. So forever grateful for all of the hard work and you know, the hours of deep conversations about some really, really minute details. But I very appreciative. So thank you.
Great. Any other discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Next up, going on to new business is order number 23-065. First reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendment to the Town of Scarborough zoning map to change 90 Running Hill Road R03-004A, being an approximately 1.9 acre parcel located on Running Hill Road, currently zoned Running Hill Gorham Road, mixed use to Running Hill Gorham Road transition. This is being brought forward by the planning director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually the first zoning request that we've received after our zoning map amendments. And so this was brought to us by Mr. Gray. He owned 10 acres on Running Hill Road, and after the acquisition from right away for the future Gorham connector, he was left with just under 2 acres. And so his existing zoning, Running Hill Road mixed use does not permit him to do single family or duplex. It permits multiplex or more units, but he wanted to do a single family or duplex similar to his neighbors. So we've spent quite a bit of time with him, myself and Brian Longstaff in our office trying to figure out exactly the ordinance and what he's been left with. What we found that the only mechanism really for him to move forward with this request was to rezone it, which is essentially a down zone to the Running Hill Transition District. The lot sizes are the same, the density is the same, setbacks are the same. The only difference is really that he can do a single family unit or a duplex that he desires to do. In your packet is a staff report that we prepared for the planning board, the comp plan, future land use map designation. It's very close to the rural area. We do find with the lack of services in the area and the surrounding neighborhood that this really does seem to be a reasonable request. The planning board held a public hearing and they too have made a recommendation to approve this request. And so this is a little bit different in the process as it comes to you all for a public hearing and a second reading. And so it comes before you with those recommendations prior. And the applicant is here as well.
Great. Any questions for Autumn?
I had a question.
Yep.
I understand the request. It makes all kinds of sense. I appreciate all the work that you've done. How often do we change zoning to accommodate, you know, a change of a single property?
When we did our analysis over the last 10 to 15 years, there were only around 20, I think, and most of those were not, we don't do it very often. So.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
Can I just ask a question too? The one thing that this particular change made me curious around, and I don't know if you've done any analysis on this, but with the connector, does that mean there's a need to do any general zoning changes in that area? It seems like this one property was very much impacted based on that project. I'm just curious, like, do we have a good understanding of where it's going, and is the current zoning, other areas of the zoning also worth revisiting just to make sure that?
I would say not at this point. I
Okay.
think the Running Hill mixed use district is prepared for the connector. And then the transition, there may be a little bit of tweaking when the final alignment is finalized, but I think we're in pretty good shape right now.
Okay.
I would say the final alignment is not exactly finalized, but in this area, because of Running Hill Road and the Eco Main landfill, the alignment really doesn't have much variation, if you will.
Okay.
Further out into the more open territory, there's potentially is some alignment issues. So I would suggest we wait for that to be finalized and then assess
Okay.
what impacts it might have.
Great. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, I'm seeing no discussion. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next up is the Angela Show. Starting with order number 23-066, first reading and refer to the planning board. The proposed amendments to chapter 405, the town of Scarborough zoning ordinance, section 6, definitions, section 9, performance standards, subsection 1 and O, or I know. Right, Angela, would you like to set up
Sure.
the show?
Yeah, I know it seems like a lot. There's a lot of items. There are 7 ordinances that I'll be talking through, but to give an overview of that, in April of this year, council adopted chapter 420, which is an erosion and sediment control ordinance, as well as we did updates to chapter 419, which is our post-construction ordinance. And those ordinances were part of a compliance mechanism through our federal stormwater permit. We were required to have those in place before July 1, which thank you. We were able to successfully do that. What those 2 ordinances, the update as well as the new ordinance really does though, is address really construction and development in town. So what that means, it has impacts to any of our ordinances that really addresses development and construction activity in town. It puts more of a local enforcement oversight on the municipality rather than on DEP. And so what that does is impacts our zoning ordinance, our site plan ordinance, shoreland, subdivision, extraction, industry and land reclamation ordinance, and our non-stormwater discharge ordinance. There was a slight tweak that we wanted to make under chapter 420 related to slope stabilization. And we have been in front of the ordinance committee. Like I said, this is really kind of cleaning up now that we have these mechanisms in place. It's really referring back to those new ordinances in all of our other ordinances so that people know where to refer to. There's clarity for development, for construction, all of the above, to go back to these new ordinance changes. But I am happy to go through if anyone has questions as we go through each of this. I know there's 7 in all. Some are pretty minor in nature. Some have a little more meat to it. So I'm happy to explain any of the pieces as we go.
Great. Are there any questions for Angela? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Nope, I am seeing none. All right, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next up is order number 23-067, first reading and refer to the planning board. The proposed amendments to chapter 405B, the town of Scarborough site plan review ordinance, section 3, application and review procedures, A1 and 2, sections 4, performance and design standards, section 5, site conditions, and section 7, enforcement, occupancy, and performance guarantee. Is there anything you'd like to add to this one, Angela?
No.
All right,
I did provide a memo actually detailing the changes and additions that hopefully that helped kind of go through that.
all right. Anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? I'm seeing none. Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Order number 23-068, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendments to chapter 405C, the town of Scarborough shoreline zoning ordinance, section 15, land use standards. Any questions for Angela on this one? Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I did have a question. How does this differ from the other ones in terms of, how the erosion and sediment control, ordinances apply? And, is there anything, unique about this as compared to other parts of the town, other land in the town?
As I said, it refers because we putting more of the oversight and enforcement on the local municipality and referring back to this new chapter. Chapter 420 is brand new. And so putting that reference into the shoreland will help with that oversight and enforcement activity.
Thanks.
All right, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? I'm seeing none. Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-069, first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to chapter 406, the Town of Scarborough subdivision ordinance, section 4, purpose, interpretation, and review criterion, and section 5, administration, section 7, preliminary plan requirements and procedures, section 9, performance guarantees, section 10, street infrastructure design standards, and section 13, waivers. Are there any questions for Angela on this one? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing none. Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Next is order number 23-070, first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to chapter 408, the Town of Scarborough Extractive Industry and Land Reclamation Ordinance, section 7, general requirements, and section 8, preliminary plan retirement and procedures. Any questions for Angela on this one? Counselor Hamel?
This one seems a little bit different than the others. Can you help us in that respect?
So I have my cheat sheet on exactly what was changed. And so I can tell you that it was referring again back to chapter 420. So as they do that activity, we also talk about adding definition about disturbed area. That's something that's specifically requested in our federal permit that we add to each of these items. And then referring back to needing an erosion and sediment control plan and narrative with that, which is also a requirement of our federal permit. So it's beefing up kind of what needs to be provided to us in those.
So do we have any areas that involve extractive industry or land reclamation in the town of Scarborough that have required, you know, the enforcement of this?
Yes. Yeah, gravel pits in general. Yes. And there's one that's actually becoming a subdivision at the moment in western part of Scarborough.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? Unanimous. Next up is order number 23-071, first reading and a public hearing on the proposed amendments on chapter 420, the Town of Scarborough erosion and sediment control at construction site ordinance, section 5, submission requirements, and appendix 1, erosion and sedimentation control standards. Are there any questions for Angela on this one? Counselor Hamel?
Does this have anything to do with that large pile of dirt that was, you know, at the end of Higas Parkway near the Payne Road where the Acura dealers are going to go in?
I would say I'm not going to single anyone out. I think it's a
Sorry.
common.
Just looking for an example. That's
I think on a lot of construction sites, it's a pretty common thing that we're dealing with steeper slopes as people are developing in lots that haven't been developed in the past because of wetland restrictions. We're going right up to it, which means using every square inch means you go from a 3-to-1 slope to a 2-to-1 to a 1-to-1. We're having some issues with some of the erosion and sediment control happening there. And so as you get steeper slopes, that was something that we should have probably added the first time around when we first adopted chapter 420, and it came up as a miss for us. It was in our notes and didn't get incorporated. So this is, I would say, a pretty typical thing on a lot of sites now, just because of trying to get more dense development on these lots that are restricted, really restricted by wetlands.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? Can I get a motion, please?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. And last but not least, order number 23-072, first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to chapter 903, the Town of Scarborough Non-Stormwater and Discharge Ordinance, Article 5, prohibition of non-stormwater discharges. Are there any questions for Angela on this one?
Yes. Can you give us an example of a non-stormwater discharge?
So the changes that happened here are related to when the water district does hydrant flushing, they have to dechlorinate that. So you don't have chlorinated water going right into our streams and wetlands. And so really this was around that, as well as the requirements of dechlorinating pool water so that people don't just flush out at the end of the year their pools, and that chlorinated water does impact the environment. So that's where that was trying to address.
Who knew?
Angela. Right.
Watching.
Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Come on, just some discussion. Okay,
Does that mean I can't dump my pool water on the road? I'm
You,
emptying my pool in a month, that's why. I'm wondering. I'm
so-
actually wondering where they're
Yep.
putting 35,000 gallons.
so it needs to either sit for an extended period of time, so it dechlorinates kind of itself, so it's not concentrated. And then the preferred method would be that you're discharging it through like a buffer area, say grass, meadow, trees, before it hits a wetland or a stream.
Can you just do it down the road?
Down the road, no, that would be a non-stormwater discharge. Unless, like you said, unless it sits and it's not, you can test it, the chlorination in it, if it's low or non-existent, which doesn't take that long, then you can let it go into this.
Now I know, I won't dump it on the road.
but it's a warning.
Political question.
Yeah. Thank you for the discussion.
Asking for a friend.
Is there, or all those in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. All right, next up is order number 23-073, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading to authorize the town manager to sign any unrelated paperwork to transfer the following town-owned properties to Scarborough Land Trust, 00 US Route 1, map 05, map U050, lot 001A, 35 Payne Road, map R038, lot 0002, 19 Mussey Road, map R038, lot 002B, 21 Mussey Road, map R038, lot 002A. This is being brought forward by the town manager.
Yes, Scarborough Land Trust approached the town back in January with this request. The 4 properties are currently town-owned. I can speak directly to 3 of them since I was here when we acquired them, those being contiguous properties on Payne Road and Mussey Road. Liam, I think there's a graphic that shows them a little more clearly. Well, I guess that one showed it. Yeah, there they are. They're shown in the beige. All the green is current property owned by the land trust, I believe. But these properties in question, interestingly enough, came to us by way of us having interest in acquiring the Higgins Beach parking lot. These 3 lots were also owned by the heirs, and they threw these in and made it a requirement of the deal, if you will. So we had no clear public purpose or reason for acquiring them. They came as a package deal, if you will. The only outside chance was potential improvements at the intersection of Mussey Road and Payne Road, but we've determined that these properties, because of the unique configuration of that intersection, really won't serve a helpful purpose in that regard. The other property is located on Route 1 next to the along the Nonsuch River, and again abuts existing land trust property shown in green. The town does have a disposition of real estate policy, which requires me on your behalf to solicit input from various departments and other entities and agencies, which I've done. I've been a bit liberal in kind of waiting for a response. The final one that I really wanted was from the Parks and Conservation Land Board. This is kind of their purpose, if you will. They did complete their thorough review, provided a memorandum for your consideration and their recommendation that in fact, this conservation, move forward. I would concur with that opinion. I didn't hear anything to the contrary from any other party or individual solicited. I would note for your benefit, this will be your first effort toward your 30 by 30 goal. Small, but I think very meaningful since there's existing land holdings owned by the land trust. This really will help square off in many respects currently conserved lands. And it's my intention to work with the land trust as part of the transaction. They would own the fee interest of the property, but we will maintain and hold the conservation easement. So we can be assured that our conservation purposes will be served in perpetuity. So this would authorize me to execute the required documents to effect that transfer.
Are there any questions for Tom? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just really like that it's called the Humpty Dumpty property. If you don't know what reference that is, you haven't been here long enough. John,
I don't know.
I know you don't. I knew I was looking right at you. I'll tell you all about it.
I used to be able to smell the potato
Yeah,
chips.
absolutely.
I like
Still
chips.
can.
There wasn't any discussions about trading these 17 acres of land for upland of 17 to 25 acres already in their holdings. That maybe is accessible to water and sewer.
That might be suitable for a school site.
Oh, I didn't say that exactly, but.
No, I did not undertake those discussions. Frankly, all their land has conservation easements, so even if they wanted to and we
I assume so,
had
yeah.
interest.
So I just think this is great that we got 16 acres down of 30 by 30. So I think only 3,980.
I
Four
I'm
more to go?
I'm gonna create one of those thermometers right here.
Yeah. Oh, we should have one. There we go. Somebody, Karen, you can be in charge of like filling it out. Yeah. All right. All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Next is order number 23-074, act to authorize the town manager to authorize payment of $50,000 from the Affordable Housing Initiative Fund to support the regional initiatives to promote transitional housing for asylum seekers, which was pledged by the council on March 15th, 2023, per order number 23-031.
So this is the third, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is the third and final step to fulfill the pledge. As was mentioned back in March, you created you did pledge $50,000 toward the transitional housing project. And then more recently, just back at your last meeting, June 7th, you broadened the allowable uses of the Affordable Housing Initiative Fund, which are funds that are collected from developers, but in large part, and the vast majority is come by way of contract sale negotiations. There's currently a balance of about $675,000 in that account. So this certainly, this pledge will deplete that somewhat, but there's still adequate resources left. And so this would authorize me to actually make payment of $50,000 toward the effort.
Great. Is there anybody or any questions for Tom? No? Anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, item number 9, there are no non-action items. I'm gonna combine items 10 and 11 for standing and special committee reports and liaison reports and council member comments. Is there anybody who would like to provide an update? Councilor McGee?
Yeah, just a quick update on ordinance. We recently moved odor mitigation and off of ordinance, and we're referring it here to the full council. I believe you'll probably see that in July-ish. And then upcoming for ordinance, of course, will be short-term rentals will be on there, and then kind of a new, not new issue, but another issue of sexual offending registry and notification. It's kind of cropped up, so I expect to take that up in ordinance soon. So that's just the update from the ordinance corner.
All right. Counselor Scyther?
Yep, as I mentioned at the workshop, communications moved our monthly meeting to tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and we will be meeting with the consultant, thank you for the word, from the survey company who's going to help us put out our townwide survey. And then next Tuesday, which is also election day, we will be hosting Counselor Corner Live at 6 p.m. at the Public Safety Building, and the topic being the consolidated school. So hopefully that drives a lot of public interest.
Any other? Counselor Clucci?
Yeah, Liam, I don't know if you can bring up visual, and you're right on it. So, because we didn't see enough numbers today and everybody's head isn't spinning yet, I wanted to just introduce this. Don and I have been sitting with the school building finance committee to work through some of the impact analysis for what a new school might mean. And this is just a taste of like the things that we're trying to kind of look at. Talking about $150 million school out of context, it can be very scary. So we're trying to understand, well, what have we had for debt in the past and what's coming off the books while new debt comes on. Also, what's going to happen to some of the funding that we get from the state for different things and what's happening to our valuation. So this is just a high level snapshot that it's kind of a reasonability test of what things are looking like. And the top is real numbers. The bottom is just the percentage change. And these are broken into 5-year buckets. So we're going from some history that we know about 2016 and 21 to 2026. And we start with taxable assessed valuation. And you can see down below that from 2016 to 21, it went up about almost 5%. We're expecting it's going to go up almost 9% between 21 and 26. And I think we all know that's been happening because real estate prices have been going through the roofs. What we're forecasting is that's going to come back down to reality in the future, maybe a little lower than what we saw the earlier part of the decade. And we do that same sort of analysis for our different components of our operating budget. So we combine the school and town budgets, excluding debt service, and see that those are going to grow by a percentage. They've grown a little faster than I think historical the past couple of years. Same reason inflation's a little higher than it's been. But we expect that will temper back down. Debt service is going to go up a lot. To be able to incorporate new school and this factors in a community center. Right now we're, in 2016, we're about 10 million in debt service. In 2031, we're looking closer to 24 million. That's a big chunk. That's a big nugget. So those numbers are escalating. And of course, when we start paying off that debt service, it'll go down. The other expenses are largely driven by utilization of TIF. So there's some county taxes that flows in there, but most of it is, this is the money that we put into the TIF account, okay? And some of it comes back to us on the revenue side. Some of it's used to pay CA expenses. So when you add all these components up and factor in what we expect for revenue, you come up with what we ask the taxpayer for each year. And then you can turn that into a mill rate and into an impact on the tax bill. So what we're looking for here is just reasonableness I don't think you're going to triple your taxes by taking on a new school project. I could say that confidently right now. We're still working out tweaks. This is very much draft. So how to present or convey this information, if you have thoughts on it, share it. This is still a lot of numbers but if you get into the detail sheets, it's even more numbers than that. So, if there's questions or things that you're looking to understand better about how this project or other projects that are in the queue will impact us, I think it's a good time to socialize them. And as we talked in the workshop earlier, this is my work. I'm not married to it. There may be other approaches, other ways. So I think as a finance committee, we will pursue some of those other, opportunities to enhance it. And Tom mentioned that he's going to be looking for avenues as well. So I just wanted to introduce this because we're going to talk about it again in the future, and now you'll have seen it, or at least some components of it.
Is this the same model that's still online from the last model that was done, or is this somewhere that
It's the same one.
counselors can,
Yeah, counselors, I mean, yeah, so everybody has access to this.
is it still on the online? Like is it still on the town webpage where it was before, or is it somewhere else for us to look at? If we wanted to-
I imagine I would have emailed it, so I
Okay.
can email it
Okay.
back out. Yeah.
I think this is great that we have, John as a resource, and a tool like this to be able to utilize. I think that it is clear, we're gonna have to somehow figure out the best way to, boil this down and explain it in simple terms, and I know that there are folks that are deep into the numbers and are quite comfortable with this, but I think the average person is going to try, we need to think about assumptions or a way to communicate this, that we're speaking to, the middle of the pack here, and also folks that are going to be most likely affected, and whatever, horizon we're looking at. So, and I know it all depends upon the assumptions that you're making, and there's a lot of ways we can model it, but this will be a big communication challenge. And it'll be important for us to try to reduce it to an elevator speech, which will be very challenging. The one other thing I'd like to say is that I think so far, despite the fact that this is a pretty controversial topic, the general discussion, and I think the general interaction between groups of people looking at this has been fairly reasonable, I mean, fairly focused primarily on trying to solve the problem rather than casting aspersions. So to the extent that we can do this and set an example as leaders, I think that will hopefully be, that will carry through, the rest of the time we have to work on this.
Just if I could, to the point of communication, I could not agree more. It's going to be a huge challenge. The committee did talk about that, and I think to a person, they resolved that they didn't want to tackle that. There is a communications committee that's formed. And I think the value of that is these folks aren't fully involved and entrenched in this. I think they will hopefully be able, coming at this from a totally different perspective, ask some perhaps questions, and we'll have to assist and clarify, but hopefully they'll be able to distill down really the salient points that will be of interest.
Yeah.
The other thing I'd like to say is, the comments during general public comment, Maura Erickson happens to be my sister-in-law. That represents a demographic in Scarborough. And it's going to be, people whose taxes have doubled, in not that long a time frame. And that's with our past experience with capital, and the sort of thing we're talking about here is going to be very different. I think it's going to be important that we don't lose track of the full demographic and are sensitive to the respective impacts. Folks that have just moved here, folks came post-COVID, everyone knows that, we know how our neighbors and our neighborhoods are changing. I think it's just going to be important that we stay connected and we try to keep everybody moving forward with the process.
I think this is wonderful. Thank you for putting this together. Any other council member comments or standing committee updates?
Sure, yes. So last week, the appointments and negotiations committees, we do have some normal appointments we'll do, but I really want to dive into the executive session that we had for the ad hoc community center committee. We met for almost an hour. I mean, we had some really good applications. It was actually really tough at the end. We had multiple attorneys, multiple financial planners, multiple engineers or project managers. It became really hard to choose between all the talent that we did, but here we go. And this is what we came with. So the committee is comprised of different groups, and I'll identify these groups as I go through them. So first, we had 3 members that we brought from the 2018 Ad Hoc Community Center Committee, and those members are going to be Amelia Dow, Patrick O'Reilly, and Sarah Boone. And then we brought 2 members from the Community Services and Rec Advisory Board. That's going to be Alex Marshall and Amanda Doherty. And then we appointed 4 members from the at-large residents. That's going to be Bethany Jensen, Dennis Meehan, Elizabeth Stanford, and James Weaver. Then we appointed 2 town councilors. I will note, if you do not come to an executive session, you might become a liaison to a committee you don't want to be. Yeah, so it's me and Jean Marie Caterina. And then for the Board of Education, we have Carolyn Gammon. And then for the Public Library, we have Bill Donovan. And so then I believe at the July meeting, we will make this an action item to create the committee and move forward. And so then also we had some other normal appointments, which I will read in now. And so in the Community Services and Rec Advisory Board, we had a resignation. So we're moving up our second alternate, Amanda Doherty, to the first alternate with the term to expire in 2024. And then on the Conservation Commission, we had a resignation as well. And so we're filling that, we're moving up Maggie Vishno, who is the second alternate, to the first alternate. Oh, no, I'm sorry, take that back. Okay, we're moving Maggie Vishno from the first alternate to a full voting member with the term to expire in 2025. We're moving Kathleen Miller to the second alternate, from the second alternate to the first alternate with a term to expire in 2025. And we are appointing Abel Cloud as the second alternate with a term to expire in 2024. And then there was a vacancy on the Sustainability Committee, and we are recommending that we move the current member Lydia Jop from the second alternate to the first alternate with the term to expire in 2025. And we're recommending to appoint Patricia Paxton Holtz to the second alternate with a term to expire in 2023.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you. Any other items? No? For me, just, we've decided to try and hold a joint school workshop with the town council at the school's July 13th meeting. So that's a Thursday, starting at 5:30. So I think I sent out a save the date and email for you guys so that you have it on your calendars. Again, I understand that people are probably going to be out and away. So if not everybody can make it, I think that's okay. But if you're in town and can participate virtually, this will just be a good opportunity to get an update on the project. I did ask that if it makes sense for the agenda, to talk about the financial modeling wherever we are, just to make sure everybody has more of a deep dive. Even though you did one tonight, it just might be good to look at that a little bit more at the workshop on the 13th. The agenda is still not finalized, but again, I just wanted Councilor Kucha, you to know that I said, well, maybe we can talk about it there. So hopefully you're available because you're the one who can talk about it. And then going back to marijuana, I know Councilor Hamel and I are exploring a zoning change to go along with that. And the goal is to hopefully at the July meeting, when the recommendation from ordinance comes forward, we may have a recommendation that we'll sponsor related to changes in the zoning, specifically in the Pine Point overlay. And then additionally, I just want to thank Councilor McGee for being willing to take up this sex offender ordinance that came forward from some residents. I was approached a few weeks ago to come and I was engaged by, 5 very informed, very well-researched residents based on, an incident that has been resolved in their neighborhood. But they are really much encouraging that we follow suit with state law and a lot of our other communities to make sure we have a similar ordinance in place around sex offenders, which is, out there, but also more importantly, making sure that we work through good communications to residents when somebody moves into the neighborhood. So the police does have a policy. I want to thank the police chief for being very informative in this engagement I've had with the residents. I know he's also, and Officer Greenleaf in particular, has been very involved with these residents. So my hope is that we can move something pretty quickly through ordinance and get it in front of the council. And still figure out the whole communications piece, which I think also Chief Holmquist is kind of looking into to see from a policy perspective what they can do better. So with that, moving on to order number 23-075, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to Title 4056C regarding a real estate matter on the terms and conditions of the option agreement related to the school site. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Maybe take a quick 5-minute break and then meet and
And just, you will return to public session simply for purposes of adjourning the meeting. No further business to be conducted.